tight. Hold my baby squid, keep him out of sight. Talking about my life, government stay away. If you drive, I'ma do it my own way. Squid in the ocean, swimming all alone. Ain't nobody telling me where to go. Living free, gotta stay true to myself. No need for interference from anyone else. Squid pro quo, that's the way to be. Living on my terms, setting myself free. Mama to my baby, protecting with my no government intrusion. I control my life.
Hey everybody, it's Squid. Welcome back to my channel. So some documents were uploaded when I was at work yesterday. And I'm only going to do an update on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday or Saturday for this case. If documents are posted any other time, I literally don't give a fuck. PSA. Also, PSA. For those of you who are new to the channel, I had brain surgery. Sometimes I get brain fog. It is hard sometimes to divide my attention, and I love my chat, between the chat and what I'm reading. So if it feels like I am ignoring you guys, I promise I'm not. And if you get pissed that I'm interacting with my chat and talking with my chat, somebody needs to recommend you for a Rosalind Duke Go Fuck Yourself award, because I don't care. And also, if you want to hop in my comments and say how I say and I sometimes get brain fog, I remind you, I had brain surgery. I had a Chiari malformation. I have cognitive issues. I have vision issues. I have cysts in my spinal cord. My legs go numb from sitting here. I have chronic pain. I have pain in my right shoulder all the time. I have headaches every damn day despite medication and multiple other things. So if I say and then I'm sorry that you come in my comment section and say my disability annoys you and frustrates you. And then when I call you out on it, you go, well, I have disabilities and neuro issues too. That's why I get, yes, do I want to grow my channel? Of course. However, do I want to grow my channel with people who are rude, condescending, try to tell me how to run my channel, and also that disability shame? Because if you do it to me, all while hiding behind a keyboard, preface that, while hiding behind a keyboard, because I don't see none of y'all fucking people hopping on a stream and trying to read documents. And I told y'all my two greatest fears in life are public speaking and reading out loud, yet here we are. So to the person who, there was two people. One didn't comment back after I said, please leave, it's not an airport. I worked at an airport. You can see one of my, well, that one's technically my mom's, one of my planes right there. When I'm saying right now, it's tried how to address this without wanting to be completely rude. I will not show the one person's comment because when I told them to please leave, they did. But the other person, I screenshotted what I said back to them. And let's see here. But I'm sorry that my disability pisses you off. Like, I'm not going to show that person's because they didn't comment back, so they got the message. They might not like me, but guess what? I am not here to be liked. And yes, do I want to grow my channel? But there are 330 million people in this country. Not everybody is going to like you, and that is okay. If you want me to start spilling some tea on people's drama and who says what about who and who does what, I will. And y'all can see that I am not the only person that thinks this way. I'm just the only person that tells you. Well, I'm not the only one. You have the link. So if you wanna join. So this person, and I'm not gonna show you the other stuff because there was some backtracking, and there are some ways. If you have a problem with how I approach things, or you wish I did stuff differently, there is a way. And Spawn Trooper knows. Him and I disagree on shit all the time. But Spawn Trooper knows that there is a way to do it without being a complete dick. Where when someone comes at me, like somebody in the chat or in the chat and in the comments section is a lawyer and has lots of experience. So when I get something wrong, or they have a different opinion than me, or they have more legal experience, everybody has more legal experience, but it's beside the point. When they tell me things, I take it to heart because they approach it in a very respectful way. But when you do shit like this, Robin Todd, here's your 15 minutes of fame that you so desperately wanted. I've tried real hard to watch your informative videos, but all the and disjointed way you speak makes it impossible for me to follow along without getting frustrated. I wish you all the best for your channel. That's like saying bless your heart. Well, bless your heart, because I said it back. If you want to be like that. I'm sorry, it must be so difficult for you to listen to someone who has a medical issue that affects their speech. I'm sorry the residual effects of my brain surgery affect you so much. There's plenty of channels covering this. Also, if you want just the documents and you just want to read the documents, you can apply for a Pacer account. In 2 or 3 months, you will get approved, and then you can pay for them yourself. It should be the same link, or if it didn't work, I will send it to you. Hold on. New link incoming. Oh, you're not going to make me do this. I have to relog into Facebook on my computer. So give me 1 second here, because I updated my computer and it logged me out, and me being me, I don't remember my password. So I have to and I would have had to do this anyway, because I need to send him the link for this afternoon. So I am 90% service connected. It's one of those things of, yes, do I want to grow my channel, but I want quality people here. And if you're going to disability shame, if you're going to disability shame me, knowing that I've talked about my disabilities, what do you do to people who you don't know? Or what do you do to people in real life? Which is one of the reasons that I want quality over quantity. And if you don't want to be here, please, there's no need to rage quit. Where's Freckle Ginger when I need her? I was talking to her last night. She's my rage quitter. How do I put that? She calls people out for rage quitting, and she wants to rage quit too. So if you guys quality people and you let me stay, well, there's an exception to every rule. All right, but now that we've got that out of the way, I do love you guys. However, I am putting myself on the internet knowing that I have cognitive issues, while you disability shame me while I'm here and you're hiding behind a fucking keyboard. So you wanted your 15 minutes of fame, Robin, and this person backtracked and, well, I have neuro issues too. Well, you disability shamed me knowing that you have issues too. That's even worse. I did send you a link. Oh, sorry, wrong link. Holy crap. I did send you that one too. Let's see. Why is that link not copying? Podcast. Copy link. Okay, it said copied. I wanted you to have that link too, but there we go. Apparently, Streamlabs didn't want to copy. And also, yes, I interact with my chat because I love talking to my chat. I love talking to my chat. And then,
I mean, like, really? You send me a freaking link on USA spending like I really give a shit?
I did want to send you that one too for this afternoon. That's where I've gotten some of my information from.
And I'm going to sue the shit out of you. I'm going to sue the fucking hair bubble off you for using my sentence. Fucking, like, quality over quantity. I mean,
well, it is.
That's
You're right.
Twice now. No, twice. Now you're getting it. You're on. No. You're getting it now. You're getting it now. All right, that's twice now. You've stole my yeet. You've done my fucking quality over quantity. I mean, what's next? You want to fucking have my house?
I mean, if you're willing to sell it, I mean, sure. I need a vacation spot.
Wait, I think my place is a hotel now. I mean, what the fuck?
All right, Kaz, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let the life too short. And we will go into more detail in later streams about cyberbullying, cyber harassment, and how that leads back into the Hale's case and some.
I covered that bit a while back, didn't I?
Yes, but from the parasocial relationships leading into how we can get the judiciary system to take stuff like this, not this person's chat, but everybody knows that I have a hater of the week. If you put a comment in the on my channel and it's a miscommunication and we say I didn't mean it like that, you didn't, and you have
hang a minute. Now I can actually read it because it's a bit blurry. First of all, hello Hazel, wie geht's dir? That's German, by the way. I'm just saying hello to Hazel there. Like, first of all, I walked into the middle of this, so I've already got my vest and my helmet on. But here's one thing I want to say, right? Is that, like, at the end of the day, the person who posted that, mate, you're a fucking crowbag, right? You're a crowbag. At the end of the day, you're as much use as a fucking fart in a spacesuit, and you're a waste of rations. Because at the end of the day, if you have difficulties understanding someone, even though everyone else can understand her, okay, then it's a you problem, not someone else. It's a you problem, because at the end of the day, if you come and you listen to, I mean, we've got Jeff Montgomery here, right? He has hearing problems. We got other people here who got hearing problems. But at the end of the day, okay, you people need to take a look in the mirror first before you start judging other people, because when you come online and you start judging other people because of their looks or because of their orientation, their ideology, or the way they talk or whatever, right? How about you take a step back, think before you speak or react, go and take a very long look in the mirror, and then decide to react after that, all right? Because that there is hypocrisy. That's 101 hypocrisy, that comment.
And there was another person who commented something too. Her comment's still there if you want to go look at it. However, it's not an airport. She didn't need to announce her departure. That comment was like something about, I tried to watch you months ago and now I remember why I didn't, because you're all over the place. I'm sorry. You never streamed. Spawn, you know how hard it is to keep track of the chat and your what you're doing.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I get distracted by, because the thing is, I'm a social animal. I like to try to keep interactive with people. And you got your hand up.
Me too. Social animal.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, I've seen people like, Mama cuddles, hi Debbie, hugs. And the thing is, when you're fixated on a topic that you need to put across. And the thing is, especially when the topic is very delicate, You need to concentrate on the topic instead of chat, and you want to try and put it across without messing it up. Look, I didn't swear on that one. Without messing it up or misinterpreting what you want to say, so people when they leave they go, did he just call me a tard? You know what I mean? It's like that. And we get easily distracted. It happens. But if you're going to sit in someone's stream for 5 minutes and judge them on their life, then I think you need to turn your computer off and go and either go and sit in front of a mirror and have a conversation with yourself.
Well, it's one of those things of, would you say this to me in person?
There's a lot of stuff that people have said to me. I doubt very fucking much they would say that in person if I was standing in front of them. Because first of all, even my beautiful queen has turned around and says, because I decided to cut my own hair the other day and other stuff. I did it properly. Don't know. Ja, ich weiß, dass wir Spaß haben, Jeffrey. Da hast du kein Problem. Das ist kein Problem.
All right, I'm going to take this as not to further shame this person. I'm going to take this person off.
Yeah. And basically, she turned around and when I came out of the bathroom, she looked at me and she went, fucking hell.
I disagree with you, Candy Girl. I hate my voice. But I did get more sound panels and I am putting them up. So I am hopefully going to continue to reduce the echo of having hardwood floors, because at my last house, we didn't have hardwood floors. We had grody 40-year-old carpet, nasty. So I'm working on slowly, but it's a process. And being a stay-at-home mom, and stay-at-home mom, I have never been more blessed to be a stay-at-home mom than I am in the last 24 hours. I got home from work last night, hopped in the experts Discord voice chat and talked to a few people. But I also, when I was going to sleep, I left there saying I have to go to sleep, turned on YouTube just to find something relaxing to watch while I wound down. Found the opposite. I'm not going to go into it here. However, if you guys know Hayden from Aussie Overlord, go to his channel and show him some love. He could use all of our support right now. He is going through a very hard family issue. Everybody is healthy. However, there is something that is happening in Australia that is affecting his family personally. And we are not talking about it because it is a very touchy subject. But if you want to go look at his stream from last night, if you want to know what's going on, and just show him some absolute love and support and let him know that we are all here for him. Because he could use all the support. Do you
see how I did that? Did you see how I did that, ladies and gentlemen? You know, you see how I did that? The moment Squid started, I went.
Yes.
Yeah. This is what communication is. And look, I'm going to say this right now. You know, Squid and I are friends, and we have our bust ups when we do. And like the other day, we were chatting, and she was just that thing in her face called the mouth was just going at 400 miles an hour. And at one point, I just went, Squid, would you shut the fuck up for a second? I literally said it. I was like,
I took no offense.
Yeah, and the moment I said it, I was like, oh shit, you know, but. At the end of the day, listen, people, it's quality over quantity, and there's a lot of people out there who can sit in a stream like it may be mine or be Squid's, experts or Tugs or Megan's, and they can sit there for a couple of hours and really enjoy the topic of conversation and even interact with other people while they're listening. If you don't like that, why are you here?
Jeffrey, she wasn't going to expand on that anyway. Don't make it like you're the reason.
Oh, Jeffrey, go fuck yourself. I love you to bits, mate. Go fuck yourself.
And a lot of the times people think we're mad at each other because I tell you to go F yourself or you told Jeffrey to go F yourself. It's in jest. Like, no. We're veterans. Like, I'm the type of person that if I don't walk up to him and go, what's up, fucker? He'll be like, what's wrong with you today?
Yeah, you've done that once before. Yeah, you've done that once before. You fucking DM me, and I was like it took me about half an hour to respond because I read it, and I was like, Right, either I'm in the fucking doghouse or fucking someone's in a bad mood. And I went, "Are you good?" And she went, "Oh yeah, I'm all right." Yeah.
No, sorry, just straight to the point. Like, not didn't mean anything.
Yeah. But no, I find like one thing I've learned since I've been doing this live stream and stuff, right? Is one
And
thing
I
I've
am just
learned.
while he's talking, I am just redacting something
Yeah.
before we get into the meat of the conversation.
I mean, since I've been live streaming, there's two things I've noticed, and please forgive me if you find this offensive or not. But I do apologize. If you do take offense, then that's something that you need to work with. If you don't, then I apologize. But obviously, I'm not doing my job properly. Look, you can't come onto the internet, right, and interact with someone who is on here, inviting you into their life, inviting you into the, from A to Z, and so speed and stream and quality will more than double. Shut up, Jeff. Anyway, I can go and play with the traffic on the autobahn or something. Anyway, and at the end of the day, people should be thankful that, and this goes across the board, people should be thankful that there are people out there who want to invite you into their life, and discuss things. I mean, some of the topics are very delicate, and some of the topics are not. And when you got comments like what Squid put up, that just shows narrow-mindedness. That just shows that someone, they can't do.
Not yours, by the way. The one I screenshotted.
Oh,
and if she would have gone, I didn't mean any offense by it. Sorry. Like, I'm sorry you took, but by saying that's not the way to grow your channel by being rude to people.
Okay, so
I'm only rude to people. Like, I have an attitude. I'm not gonna lie. You annoy me, and my
that's not a fucking understatement. She has an attitude.
Sometimes I look at Baby Squid and I wonder where she got her attitude from, and then I remember to look in the damn mirror. Like, it's one of the things of if it's a misunderstanding or someone, because things can get misconstrued in text all the time. But I try my best not to be rude to people.
Let me ask you a question.
And then talk about how I talk based on the fact that I have a freaking brain.
Let me ask you a question. Very simple question. Do you want people would you want to be accepted for who you are as an individual, as a former veteran, as a mother, as an entrepreneur? Because I mean, you're on live stream, and you. Or would you want to put on a persona that's not you, and turn yourself into a character that is not you? And so basically, people, you've got a choice. Squid is not a person who's going to put a mask on.
Here's my problem with trying to put a mask on is it's not something you can see. So I can't remember what effing mask I put on, and my memory won't be able to remember what particular persona I was trying to be that particular day.
Hey, Jeffrey.
So I can only be myself in the sense of, and yesterday's stream also, I was not planning on streaming What the Hales yesterday. I actually ended a different stream to read those documents, which is why I'm no longer going to do that, because it was a little disjointed, because it was not planned. Even an impromptu stream, when I know that there's going to be something planned, and I'm like, okay, if there is something planned, I will talk What the Hales. It's my mental capacity is like, okay, I'm going to talk What the Hales. Not I'm going to talk about an exorcism mom, Larisha Thompson, and some other cases, and give updates in Sarah Boone, and then all of a sudden in that stream try to make a thumbnail and go straight into What the Hales and be done before Mr. Squid gets home so I can cook dinner and go to work. Like, the brain was not ready for all of that. At least someone said, Squid, if you did, it would be like a box of chocolates. You never know what Squid will get. And see, I'm generally, and even when I am when I am mad about something, I'm mad about that. I'm not mad at the world. So I can easily go to Spawn and be like, all right, you ready to talk about this? Instead of being like, oh, I'm so in a bad mood. It's like, no. Which is why I hate to make decisions based on emotion, because emotions can change minute to minute and situation to situation. Like, I am not mad at Spawn, so I am not going to yell at Spawn because he did not do it. And
because,
thank you.
Yeah, because you yell at me, I yell back. And also, the thing is, I've always said, you
And
know,
self-aware.
don't bring your emotions. If you come in with emotions, like, you know, I know that fucking Jeff Montgomery is joking and everything, but you know, there is a line you don't, you know, that you don't sort of cross. But and the thing is, I will give everyone the benefit of doubt. But I've had times where Squid, you've contacted me and you've gone on a rant, and I've let you, because the thing is, the only way you can actually fucking, you know, decompress and get that shit off your chest is by fuck it, you know, like Jeff says, target will fall when hit. You know, but I'm a type of person, I will always listen to people, because sometimes they need someone who will listen, who will sit there and listen and then give some constructive feedback. And 99% of the time I went, okay, Squid, you're talking shit. Let's carry on. Let's move on to the next topic. Yeah.
And also, when I tell you that Spawn and I are actually friends, this is what I mean. Like, he will call me and talk about something and just vent, and I will do the same to him. Yep. We are friends. We are not YouTube friends. We are friends.
Yeah.
Like, and Gone to the Dogs, thank you for the 10 Squid comments.
Yeah, you all yell at me. I mean, everyone yells at me, but I got my ear prongs in, so I don't hear fuck it. I got selective hearing.
And Ninja Puppy, I'm looking for it. I have to search back, because when all those gifted memberships come up, it's hard to find. There we go. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Baby Squid's birthday fund. Yes, this is Baby Squid's birthday month. And I have a YouTube list or an Amazon list specifically for her. It is not just for her for YouTube. It is the list I give out to family and friends who don't live in the same state we do. But people have asked for it. Yes, can I post the list? I can. Let me just go to Amazon, and then we will get started on these documents. One of these documents was posted. It says on the 30th. But when I looked at the docket yesterday, it was not there. So it says it was on the 30th, but I promise you, when I looked yesterday and someone screenshotted or sent me a screenshot of the docket before I looked for myself, it was not there. So we are going to read it, and I think it's a very interesting way to...
I got 2 points to make. One from the conversation we've had, and what the other one is going to be court related, the documents related. Guys, let me make something absolutely clear, and I'm saying this from the heart. If you come on the internet because you've had a bad day or you're going through stuff and you're struggling with stuff, trust me, Squid's community, my community, you know, there's other people's communities, right? We are exactly that. We are a community. Now, if you're not happy with what we discuss or what we say on our streams, leave. Come back when you're feeling better. Come back when your mindset is there to accept what's being said. If you're having a bad day, right, it's always best to either go and talk to a friend or come in, and just try to you know, decompress, try to de-escalate what you're going through. And sometimes having a community, having people, you know, I mean, there's people who've come into my stream, they've had a really shitty day, and people started discussing it, started chatting, and next, you know, they've left with a smile on their face, or they've left happy, you know. So if you've got a problem with a creator or a live streamer, all right, yes, you have every right to have your opinion, but you have to remember your opinion is like an arsehole. Everyone's got one. But the opinion you need to be concerned of is what the host thinks of you. Okay, so be respectful in the future.
And there's thousands of YouTube channels for a reason.
Yes.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands. And Barbara, I lost my nephew and his partner over the weekend from an auto accident from a drunk driver who survived over the weekend. And I stayed off streams knowing I was ready to take my anger out on someone. Barbara.
Sorry to hear that.
love and support and hugs. If you are the type, I know we do this every stream. There's someone every stream who needs love, support, prayers.
Yeah.
We are there for you. If you need to vent, we know you're going through something. Vent away. We don't. We only do it for no reason. You have a reason to be judgment here. That's a very difficult thing to go through. I can only imagine. And Taz, thank you for the $10 for Baby Squid's birthday fund. Yeah, her birthday is at the end of the month. She is supposed to be an August baby, but she did not make it. So I'm not giving you the exact day. However, we have a drum set. She got stuff for Christmas. She got an instrument set for Christmas. It's got like 10 or 12 instruments in it. That's all the 10 or 12 instruments in it that we need. And there are family and friends who got her other things that are not on that list. But I will be slowly adding to it over time. I need to add a gift card option too. So
yeah, and that is bad news, Barbara. My condolences and prayers and thoughts are with you and with everyone for your loss. Like I said, you've got community, you've got people around you who will, you know, show you that warmth and that support. So, you know, you don't have to fret about not being able to talk or vent. My second part, documents. Now, let me ask you a simple question. I mean, this is probably common sense, but apparently using common sense in the same sentence in regard of this whole court case apparently is threat speech or whatever, hate speech. But anyway, using the words common sense, why do you write a motion and then send it off knowing full well that it takes 5 days or 6 days for the post to arrive and the motion actually turns up on the date that it was supposed to be in, but so therefore it's late or day after? And why is it that there are people who had nothing to do with this case whatsoever, inject themselves into this case, and then start, because they are, and I'm doing it, actually physically doing it in brackets, retired lawyer, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so why is it that this individual, from what I have seen, reminds me of a scene from Jurassic Park?
How did I know that we were going somewhere like that?
It reminds me of a Jurassic Park where cattle prods were used. Seriously, like, I'm sorry, but if you put yourself into the public eye, right, with such behavior, and regardless of your past, present, or future physical or mental disabilities, right, you can't fucking throw an axe at someone and say, "Oh yeah, well, because I got anger issues." No, you can't do that. And that's just, and just because you go on to Rumble doesn't mean that, you know, people don't know what you say. And the crampons, I fucking hope these judges throw the book at these people. I richly hope that he physically picks the book up and goes, catch. And that other judge who looked at the motions, I can't remember his name, that I think this was around about the sanctions and everything. Hey, Matskin, if you're listening, your ass is grass, and and I guess they're going to come with a lawnmower.
And someone did put in the chat earlier, and I missed their comment. I saw it. That something about the fact that I know a case where legally, whatever her name is,
Taser.
whatever her name is, her husband had a case where he was either a lawyer of record or something where he was in front of Judge Bolitho. Would that be a conflict of interest? Technically, no, because he's not a party. And he's technically not his communication with the judge was ex parte, and in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, unprofessional as hell. When he was his motion where he was saying that there's a state case about some of these same issues, 3 other people had put in their motions. So it's annoying, but not a conflict of interest, just annoying.
I just find it weird. I just find it weird that, like, not weird. Excuse me. I find it actually hilarious, the fact that when I had a look on that, because that's what primarily I do now. I just like make stupid comments and then I look at all the court documents. The fact that this ever judge has basically gone denied on both.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. You're putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse.
Like I've got, listen, right? They're fucking hairy, not crystal. Fucking start the hell out. I feel picked off.
All right, we're gonna start with the motion that was not in yesterday. That's dated the 30th of June, but I did not see it on the docket when I looked yesterday when we were live. So we're gonna get started with that one. And see and go from there.
So what are we doing? Are we taking turns of reading this, or we?
If you would like to.
Would you like me to start, Milady?
Sure. Let me just, if you can read that. I mean, I can read this one because.
What you saying? My eyesight's shit or something? What you saying?
This one is just hard to read.
No, I got it. This
one is just hard to read. Okay.
I've got it. Okay, so basically, blah blah blah. United States District Court. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking hell, that's a big spider. Oh, hello, mate. Right, sorry. Jeremy B. Hales versus John M. Cook et al. Right, this is my answer to docket 152. I have already given everything that I had to Mr. Socket, and he is well aware of this fact. This is a blatant misuse of justice and of the court system for him to do this. The only reason they want all of these phone messages, emails, information from all of the names on the list, which some of them no one has spoken to in 30 years, and they have nothing to do with this case, is that this is a fishing expedition of a stalker to get more information, more telephone numbers, more ways to stalk my family and me. We have no conspiracy. There is no shame to ruin Mr. Hales. It is a figment of his imagination because he's doing that to us. Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's not my first issue with this motion, but it's the second. The first issue I have, which some of them no one has spoken to in 30 years. Randy's not asking for your freaking phone records from 30 years ago. He's asking for your phone records for the time period that is relevant from 2020 to now, or 2021, whenever the.
Yeah, it's basically when all this started. So basically from the commencement of all this started until the present day. That's common sense. But hey, we are talking with we are dealing with someone who, anyway.
So the two no one's spoken to in 30 years, and your phone records. If you haven't spoken to them in 30 years, they won't be in your damn phone records from 4 years ago.
Yeah, and also the accusation of stalker. May I just quote the sentence? This is a fishing expedition of a stalker to get more information. Now, driving past a property on a public road, which you have public access to. At first, last year, he didn't because he had a temporary restraining order, which was supposed to only last for maximum of, I think 21 days or 31 days or 15 days or something. Ended up being nearly 9 fucking months, pardon my French. So that's a public road. That's not stalking. If he drives past, it's classified as transparency and accountability. He was protecting himself.
Well, he was told if you don't, I believe he was told by Judge Grudge, if you don't record it, it didn't happen. So you can't tell someone if they don't record it, it didn't happen, and then also get upset with them for recording it to protect themselves.
Yep.
Like the two do not go together.
Yeah, and also what we have to take, like just this one paragraph, that one paragraph there, right? Let's take into consideration about all the people from the anti-what the hell scheme, like finding out his property, his name, and everyone else in regards to all of his properties, his business, and everything else. Interference with his business, contacting his business partners, like whatnot, or for example, Oli. Anyone remember Oli? Yeah,
It was the cops. Okay, thanks, Chris, for clarifying. I know that I had heard that someone told him that. I just couldn't remember who.
Yeah.
Levy County Sheriff said the same thing. If no video, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
There's lots of issues with just that first paragraph. Angel, you want Nutella? You want Nutella? Okay. She wants Nutella. Oh. Oh, it died.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Mommy will put it on the charger, okay?
Oh, she's pulling on that bookshelf. I just saw that thing
No,
move.
she's pulling on the chair.
Oh, jeez, I thought that.
Right here.
Yeah, my heart just dropped. Then I was like, oh, tilt.
Angel.
But no, I mean, in regards of that one paragraph alone, if the judge is switched on, right, just that one paragraph, using the word stalker, that's slanderous. That's but anyway, shall we carry on reading?
Yes, and I will be right back. I'm going to get her a snack because she will never tell. She wants telltale.
Okay.
I will be right back. You can see enough of it, and that's the end of it. So,
okay.
And I know that you got plenty of stuff to say where I don't need to.
Yeah. I mean, just reading that now. I just quick. Right. Anyway.
All right. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Roger that. A lot of people on the list are people that were in Michelle's. Right. Okay. You're using her middle name, so you're trying to change your name again. Your legal name is Lynette Michelle Alexi Lucy fucking whatever. Yeah, and ever 37 Evan 38 Evan. No. Anyway, you're Lynette for me, so therefore we're in Lynette's family and whatever. And he has already contacted many in her family that he would find and bribed them or got. There's yet again another allegation, and it was the family members who contacted him, but we digress, and got them to give him text messages, none of which are a part of this case. Well, in fact, some of them probably gave him a bloody good picture of who he was dealing with. This has already gone way too far for your honor, and you should have been dismissed on the basis that it is a frivolous. So now you're telling a judge what to do. Okay. Also about Mr. Hale, and simply create a content on Facebook. Actual fact, you were creating that way before any of this actually started. Well, I mean, you were talking about your stuff when he told you no, you couldn't advertise on his. I can't remember, what was it, that picnic thing? Anyway, he was making money from this and from our misery. No, he's not. In fact, he's paying a lot of money out to try and keep you people away from him. Which is, but anyway, we have a special needs child. Really? Okay. Well, it's against HIPAA law to ask for any medical information or go anywhere in that. So basically what they're doing, they're protecting themselves behind that law because fortunately, there are some people who are professional and they wouldn't ask for medical information, and you're not supposed to, and it's against the law, right? It's against HIPAA law. Okay. We have a special needs child. Okay, we don't have time for all of this. This is ridiculous, and it won't stop because as long as he is making money from it, and as long as the court allows it to continue, he will do it, and he'll find new things every day to use. I have nothing to give him, nothing. I cannot make up things and pretend things exist and don't. Right, this here to me, okay, is exactly everything they've been saying from day one. Plain. They one big thing, right? John, if you're listening to this, one big thing you did, fella. First of all, you just dug yourself your own shit pit, right? You contradicted yourself. You've accused Jeremy Hales of being a stalker and God knows what else. You've accused him of making money. Well, in fact, he was already making money before he came across you. And this is one of the fucking reasons you guys attached yourself like slugs to him, because you thought if you could get under that little umbrella, you would be making a lot of money. You would get fame. You would get, your YouTubes and everything else. Right. The second point is, okay, right. Why are you calling? Her name is Lynette. Legally, it's Lynette, not Michelle. But that's by and by. The second thing is, right, you're trying to tell a judge how to do his job. Right? You bring Facebook into this, considering, if we go and have a look at the individuals in the anti-What-the Hales ecosystem, right? We've got Bruce Matskin, who initiated all this, right? We have then got Richard Lufman, a federally convicted felon who spent 2 years in federal prison and was then 2 years on probation. Okay. Right.
And this is where your expertise comes in, because this is the crap that I don't have the mental bandwidth for. And
right. And then you've got Robbie Kersey. Robbie Kersey again, right? Convicted, spent 1 year in prison, in federal prison, and was fined $2,000 for trying to sell venomous and endangered snake species to Europe. Okay. He then also stated that when he had a fire at his property, right, that it was between $150,000 and $250,000, but he didn't have insurance. And then in live streams on the Crampons stated that he was insured, and he was insured by Lloyd's of London. Well, actual fact, okay, he wasn't insured by Lloyd's of London. The production company were insured by Lloyd's in London, because most production companies are insured by either Lloyd's, HSBC, right, or Barclays. Right? There's only one company in the United Kingdom who deals with class 1 and class 2 dangerous species. Right? And they only deal with the UK. There we go. Then we've got Michael Fulp. Right? Then we've got Michael Fulp. Michael Fulp.
I just want to address this comment. Child wasn't special needs, has a food-based reaction. Yeah, glutaric acidemia type 1. She might be special needs now due to the appalling way she's been treated. We are not throwing out any allegations. However, I did when I first started covering this case, do a live stream that is nearly an hour long about that individual issue, not going by the person, but going by what that medical condition can do if not handled very properly, or when it is handled very properly. There are people who handle it fine and look like they have no issues, and there are also people who try to do their best to handle it and have had a stroke at age 11. So everything is with that. We are not talking about the child, and I love you, Paul, but if the child is brought up on this channel, I will be timing people out, because it's abhorrent to me. Angel, come here, please. For people to bring up the child, but I did do a hour-long live stream. It's in the Wayback Machine, probably like November of last year. Breaking down the medical condition, looking at YouTube videos of people who have it, and some National Institute of Health, however, if you trust them or you don't trust them, information about what can happen, because I do science here. So just a FYI, just an FYI, please don't mention, even if it's mentioned in a motion, do not mention anything about the child on this channel. I will time people out. That's my
Right, just to finish off now, so people don't get confused. Right, and then came Michael Fulp. Now, here's the thing that people have forgotten or don't remember. Michael Fulp was initiated by Bruce Matskin, where Bruce Matskin went onto Michael Fulp's stream, and they did a couple of live streams in regards to the mac and cheese issues and everything else, and about his disciplinary with the Connecticut disciplinary board. Right, and that's how Michael Fulp, and then obviously Bruce Matskin or someone then figured out that Michael Fulp had some sort of interaction with Megan Fox at some point. They must have been worked together or knew each other, and basically, obviously, something happened, and he had a little fucking bee in a hive. Right, then, right, you've got yeah, and then got butthurt. Then you've got the crampons. You got Lisa Lee, who used to be if you go back to her streams, you'll actually listen and hear her explanation in regards of what happened when she was a mod and everything else. So basically all this happened way before Lynette Preston and John Cook came onto the scene. As soon as they noticed that Lynette Preston and John Cook versus Jeremy Hales, they took that and they went, oh, we can fucking use this to our advantage. And that's what they did. They must have contacted them. And at the same time, Bruce is throwing his teddy out of the pram because Silverman was refusing to give him any of the legal documents because he was still owed $16,000, which he posted about on the Facebook group. Right. So it all
is a damn cesspool.
Yeah, and it all goes in a circle. And then we got Lysis Maximus Decimus Lipsicus, who then suddenly came onto the scene. She ended up on, I think on, I don't know if it was Michael Phelps or Mr. Magoo's or Michael Skeletor's "Hello, you guys," right, live stream. And basically that's how she got involved. And then basically when she got involved, she started making attacks on various different accounts. And then she injected herself. She had and has nothing to do with this case, but she's made herself part of this case. And then if you take it all back to the beginning now, at the end of the day, if John and Lynette, if they would have respected and paid attention to that cease and desist they received from the get-go, none of this, what we are witnessing over the last year plus nearly 2 years and a half, whatever, none of this would have ever happened. And then the contradictions, the lies, the deceit, the grifting, and everything else, and then the contradictions about everything, and the fact that 1 minute you've got don't video me, don't do this, don't video this, don't video that, and then suddenly you've got Biscuit Boy, aka Mr. Collins, right, from Chiefland, who ended up recording everything, which then contradicts everything that's been said in this document.
Meat kettle.
Say again?
Pot meat kettle. Like
this is why when people ask me what's your opinion, I say you can't make this shit up. Even Hollywood would be like going, yeah, we're not going to touch this because Chainsaw Massacre, I mean, reading that, if I was the judge, I would read that and I'd go, I think I need to go through all these documents. Because you've made 3 different types of accusations. You've also made statement that he is making money from this. Now, what was he doing
everybody who is talking about this on YouTube,
is making
including me, is making money from this.
Except
and
me.
It's like you can't say one person, you can't get mad at one person for making money. It's the people who are only talking about this that frustrate me in the sense of like they create issues. Like people on the other side seem to create issues where there are none just to make more drama and make more money. But anytime anybody that has over 1,000 subscribers puts a YouTube video up, does a live stream, takes a super chat, they are making money. So It's not limited to just this topic. However, people are injecting themselves because they know it is a big money maker, because for love them or hate them. And this is my criticism of what the Hale supporters, and I'm sorry if y'all hate me for this, but y'all hate watch people. I have, and the other people do it too. Cramp on Side does it too. I cannot understand the mentality of spending time and effort watching people that you don't like. That's why when people comment like how much they hate me in my comment section, it's like, I cannot fathom spending the time and effort to watch people that I don't like. Jeremy has all the transcripts and everybody. You are giving people more money. And the more stupid shit that they say, the more people watch them because they say stupid shit and people are just tuning in to see what stupid shit is said next. And it's like, I just can't, like, it boggles my mind and I will never understand it.
I mean, I think it's not just that. It's also it's like watching The Rookie, a TV program. It's like, or TJ Hooker or something. You know, people want that drama, that entertainment. But the thing is, it's like we've got 4 people. Let's just look at this at a different perspective. We've got 4 people. One of them, we're looking at the statement here right now. We've got 4 people. We've got 2 people who have tried to get something and monetize their existence. And then you've got 2 other people who've been working for years. They've been earning money. They've been on YouTube for God knows how long, right? They've got nearly 1 million subscribers. So that means they have an income, right? And when you've got one party who wants that income and you've got another party who just vlogs their daily life, you know, you can see the big difference. But the fact that you've then got a group of people, fucking, if you did your research, ladies and gentlemen, and you actually dug into this and you did your actual own research, you would, when if I'm talking about it, or Squid's talking about it, or Tug or Megan or anyone else are talking about it, you'd go, yep, yep, exactly. And then basically, because you're up to date on your own research and whatever creators are saying, anything new, you'll go, oh, that's going to go down well with the judge. You know, I mean.
And I just want to address this comment. I understand. Did you eat your fruit? Did you eat your strawberries? Go eat your strawberries. You can have more Nutella after you eat your strawberries. Oh, did you eat you ate the grapes? I'll take it. You ate the grapes. You ate something else besides Nutella. You ate the grapes. Go eat your strawberries. You know what's really good, baby girl, is if you dip the strawberries in the Nutella. You get the best of both worlds. Vitamins and chocolate. Just saying. Anyway, that I know there are people who don't watch the hate channels, and I know this because one, I try not to put in the same boat. However, Jeremy Hale has over 750,000 subscribers at this point in time. Correct me if I'm wrong. But not everybody who watches Jeremy watches everybody else. Otherwise, all these other channels, including myself, would have 750,000 subscribers or at least 750,000 views.
Yeah, but you know what's pissed me off though? Like I used to just sorry to interject there. But I need to say this in collaboration with what you just said. This is how I watched Jeremy's storage videos all the time. And like there's been times over the last few months, I've actually gone back to when he first started doing it, and I've started watching them again, because the thing is, like, this whole situation has changed him and George as well. It's changed them. The fact that, like, these fucking, excuse me, I do apologize, that these people have spent the last year richly, systematically just trying to destroy their lives. Right? I mean, I can't wait until this is all over, and then Jeremy and George can go back to doing what they're doing with the coin pushing videos, with the storage videos. But you can tell when he does the storage videos, and I'm saying this as a fan, because I am a fan of the What the Hells, but I am staying objectively. That you could tell the Zinnisaqua, get in there, the oomph. You know, it's I really feel sorry for them too, because like, you know, I still watch them. You know, like the last one he did, which was a bloody lot to go through. But this guy here, I mean, John, if you're out there and you listen, mate, you're an absolute bezoid. You are. You just need to. You are trapped in a conundrum, right? I mean, like, there's an old saying: once divorced, always divorced. That means you pack your bags and you leave. But then again, you own 50% of that fucking property, so you know. So you should tell Lynette to pay you off, and then with that $56,000 or that $68,000, you put it in your pocket. You take the Jeep Gladiator, because that's probably on your name as well, you know, or you cut it in half and off you trot. You know, off you go down.
So I just want, before we switch to the next document, because I want to get back on topic of these documents, because there's a 24-page one that I want to get through. Because although we do get sidetracked, I do try to get through all the documents in one day instead of having to break them up in 3 or 4 days. Like, you know.
Now you did it to me. Now it's now.
No, I know.
Touche, madam. Touche.
I know. Look at the date that this was filed. So this wasn't in the docket, and look at the document number 163. Okay. I'm going to share the order from the judge, and this is document 162 that was filed the next day. This is my proof that that wasn't on the docket yesterday. Not like anybody, like I need anybody's like, you know, you didn't share it with us yesterday. It just funny to me when you look at the docket numbers, they're out of order because of the date, and it's just funny looking. All right, this is an order. 2 motions are currently before the court. Okay, I think this is the one this I actually read yesterday. So yeah, I just wanted to show the date, like the date issue.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about the denied. But there's only one thing I didn't like about that one. Is that it I mean, this is my personal opinion. If a lawyer responds to a motion, all right, and he responds to so like Bruce, Manskin puts in a motion, and Randy Shockett responds to that motion, may like, you know, request a dismissal or whatever, right? Randy is acting on behalf of his client, and he's acting legally and responded to that motion. So how can he be unprofessional? I don't get that part. Is it because of what? Is it? Are they talking specifically about the
motion? I believe the judge was talking about the sanctions issue, and I also believe that he was just using the blanket statement of the case as a whole, not necessarily in the last months, the last, just in a whole for the last year. I've seen unprofessional behavior from both sides. I get a little annoyed with people who took that so personally from Jeremy Hale's side and like for Randy. I guarantee you Randy knew what the judge was talking about using the as a whole. This case, he says this case has been riddled with unprofessionalism. Yeah. And that is not exclusive to this past month, the past 2 months. That is the entirety of this case. We are at document 164. In a case that's a year old. I have a case that is a year and a half old that is only up to document 85 that has 4 defendants.
Host Picker, can you delete that comment, please? I'll give you a chance to delete it yourself. All right, unless there's actually physical evidence of that. You know.
Yes, and remember that some of these people have some of these people are, guess who has been talking about this case for 8-ish months now and who hasn't been sued? I'd like to keep it that way. And be careful what y'all say in chats because they do get screenshotted and shared around. And some people have criminal histories.
Yeah.
I am not one of them. But some people that are involved in this case have criminal histories. Yeah. And some people have already doxed and threatened and other people. And I don't want any of you or myself to be interested involved in any of that.
Yeah.
I will not hesitate to defend my family. However, I don't want to have to defend my family, if you know what I mean. Like, oh
no, I mean, I think Host Picker knows what I mean because I Host Picker is a very, very, very nice person. She picks on me all the time. Oh God, Mike, stop white. Just
my asthma and hay fever have been unaliving me in this heat in the UK. I can't. Yeah, it's just interesting that lawsuits have been threatened by many people. But guess who is only talking about the documents, what is in the documents, and leaving the outside BS to everybody else? And guess who has not been sued by anybody? I prefer personally to keep it that way. And some of these people have criminal histories and have threatened people. And I do not want to be one of them. I will not hesitate to defend my family. However, I do not want to have to defend my family. I live in a concealed and I live in a constitutional carry state. So if y'all know what that means.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're going to go with.
But here's the thing.
Don't want to.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What you have to remember is the reason they can't and shouldn't they can't sue you or anyone else is because every single statement they make is based on there's no factual evidence. Reading the document, a court document, right? That you have freedom of speech and freedom of expression, as long as you don't turn it into they fucking it's fucking idiots, absolute idiots. Oh, wait a minute, you called me an idiot. I'm going to sue you for what? We'll call him an idiot. Yeah, it's freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Idiot. Sorry, what? Order deny motion to vacate reference. Ooh. When did this one come out? Did I miss one?
Yesterday. Yesterday after I went to work.
Oh, I missed this one then.
Yep. This is order denying motion to vacate reference. On October 29th of 2024, the parties consented to have U.S. Magistrate Judge conduct all proceedings, including trial and the entry of final judgment. Electronic filing number 30, all the way back in the Wayback Machine to number 30. The consent form clearly indicated the parties could withhold consent without any consequences. Based on the parties' consent, I referred the case to the Magistrate Judge. Number 32. 2 days before a show cause hearing, defendants, through their then counsel, Bruce Matskin, moved to vacate the reference. Footnote 1. Number 123. This order denies that motion. Denied. Sit down. I need a hold on. We just have to go. The court may, for good cause, shown on its own motion, or under extraordinary circumstances shown by any party, vacate a reference of a civil matter to a magistrate judge. 28 U.S. Code Statute 636C4. Also, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 73B3. Whether to vacate is within this court's discretion. See Carter v. Sealand Services, Inc., 5th Circuit, 1987. Among other factors, the court considers whether the consent was voluntary, whether the motion was made in good faith, and any bias or prejudice of the magistrate. The footnote, Attorney Matskin was later granted leave to withdraw.
Yeah, quick one on that one. He puts the motion in saying that he has been fired by his clients. Then his clients turned around and said, no, he came to us to be asked to release. There's a big freaking discrepancy there. You put onto legal documents that you've been fired by your clients, But they're like going, oh no, we didn't fire him. He came to us and asked us if he could be released from being our, big fucking difference. It's like day and night, that one. I mean, yeah, yeah, and it's in the court documents, by the way. And it's, what an idiot. Sorry.
Yeah, it's one thing to do it; it's another thing to put it in court documents. Oh my goodness!
And
sometimes this case is like I know that there are a lot of people who don't know a lot about the judicial system because it's a very complicated system. I am not a lawyer. I know some things just by court watching for years, but I'm not an expert by any means. I learn things every day. It's part of the reason I have this channel is to discuss things and learn together.
Yeah.
However, there's just some things that I look at and I'm like, you're an attorney. How can you be this dumb?
I mean, the fact that he actually, I mean, let's be really frank about this, yeah? The fact that he actually lied on a court document about being fired as an attorney, put it into the docket, and then there's now proof and richly physical proof of his former client stating, no, he came to us to ask if he could be released. I mean,
yeah, sometimes I'm like, how can you be?
Yeah,
I just don't understand the lack of like self-awareness. Like I know I have my problems and my cognitive issues and lack of filter sometimes.
I said, like, I can't remember if I said it live or I said it to you or I said it to someone else. But when that came in that docket, I turned around and I said, no, he's fucking lying through his ass. I bet you any money he doesn't want to represent them anymore because he's not getting what he wants. And lo and frickin' behold, it was true. You can't make this shit up.
Malin, this case was supposed to go to trial in August, according to the original scheduling order, if I can remember correctly.
What, this August? Last August, sorry.
August of this year. So
bloody hell, they're stretching it out a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, well, things take forever, and that's another thing. Like, some of this taking forever is not a Jeremy or Lynette and John issue. Some of this is just our fucking legal system forever. Yeah.
Because
you have the right to a speedy trial, so it's not as bad. But just remember, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that was years in the making before that ever went to trial. Yeah. There's still a case against the Department of Transportation in regards to air traffic control issues from 2015 that still hasn't gone anywhere. The NIL case that I'm following out of the same district in Florida, it was actually the first district, or it's actually being handled by this judge, by the judge that signed this. So it amazes me how some people, yes, I believe there are attempts to delay things, obvious attempts to delay things. However, some of these times constraints and time issues are just shit taking forever.
Yeah.
Just shit takes forever. Yeah. Speedy trial is only criminal charges if you don't waive your right to a speedy trial. A lot of defendants waive their right to a speedy trial as well, because sometimes if you have a speedy trial, your defense doesn't always have the time to investigate things fully. So there's that.
Anyway, like, I mean, this whole document here is phenomenal. I mean, okay, fair enough. That I mean, we're talking a judge who's not involved in these court cases, so obviously he doesn't know. He's only going by.
Sharon, yes, technically it's passed, but every time, this is another thing. People are like, well, the discovery deadline is closed. Technically, the dates that the judge wrote in his scheduling order have passed. Technically, the dates that the judge wrote in his subsequent orders have passed. But every time he says the defendants have this much time to respond, he is pushing back that date.
Yeah.
So it's a little play on words in a way of, yes, technically discovery deadline has passed, but every time the judge says they have this much time or you have this much time to respond, he's pushing back his own deadline. So technically yes, but technically no. It's that like fine line of according to the scheduling order and according to his first order and his second order, yes, the discovery deadline has passed. However, every time the judge says, well, you now have this much time to respond, you now have this much time to respond, the judge is pushing back his own damn order, which is the frustrating part, which is where I get frustrated with this judge, because I'm like, just make a damn decision. You're like a woman. Like, you can't make a decision.
Yeah, but under the circumstances,
you're like Mr. Squid when I ask him what he wants for dinner, and he's like, I haven't thought that far ahead. It's 3 hours from now.
Yeah.
Like, or when you ask a woman, where do you want to go for dinner? I don't care. I'm gonna open a restaurant called I Don't Care. That has a little bit of everything: Mexican, American, Italian. Just people don't know.
If my beautiful queen turns around to me and says I don't care, I'm taking her to fucking McDonald's. No, but but going back to this document, one thing it's just dawned on me. This document now gives the Triffid or the plotted plan man judge, right, now he can actually now do his job, because let's not forget when they both were supposed to turn up for their disciplinary meeting that day, and Randy Socket got sanctioned at $4,000. Matt Skin, didn't turn up, and there was a lot of hoo-ha and all that shit going on. This district judge here had nothing to do with this case. So, like, this ruling here, Deuce Boy, you better get some padding going on that ass, because the fact everything going up to that day and everything after that day, you've got a problem coming your way, sanctions wise.
It's Robert. It's one of the reasons that I don't. Half the time when he comes home, sidebar, he's not hungry because he eats a late lunch. They eat at like 1 and he gets home at like 4:30 and goes to bed at 7:30. So like he's not hungry a lot of the time because he eats a big breakfast and a big lunch, and he's 153 pounds. The man is skinny as all get out. I love him, but he's a beanpole. I wish I had that body type. Anyway, there's a reason that I'm like, I'll cook for me and her, and I'll have a leftovers, and I'll be like, it's there if you want it. If you don't, pack it for lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because, or on a Saturday when I say I'm making this, it's because I ask him what he wants for dinner, and he doesn't know. He's like, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. It's noon. Like, dude, we eat at like 4:30. It's noon. Like, figure out.
Can I ask a question to you and to the stream? Could because obviously we got 171 people in here, right? I would like to do a quick survey in regards.
176 people, only 91 likes. Can we get that up by like 15 or 20?
Yeah. Here's my survey question to everyone here, because everyone's got a different opinion. Like, there's different people from different parties, and there's probably people from both sides in here. So here's my question: the sanctions that are going to come towards Bruce Matzkin, do you think they are going to stay the same? If they are going to be the same as Randy Socket, press 1. And if you think they're going to be above the amount that, and also additional sanctions and probably disciplinary stuff, press 2. I would really like to see how many people, what people think, because it'll give us an insight of how people are thinking about this whole thing. Because if you think about it, right, this judge here, this Judge Windsor now, the district judge, has denied Bruce Matzkin's attempt to remove Bolitho. You ladies call him the good-looking Triffid, whatever you want to call him, to remove him and try to get out of this sanction thing. So I would really like to know how people think about that before we carry on. If you don't,
a lot of twos. In fact, all twos.
No, in regards to the sanctions and everything else. Because this here has denied Matzkin, so now Matzkin is back on the range for sanctions and probably disciplinary. So it'd be very.
And here's my thing too. Somebody brought it up, and I'm sorry if I missed your comment. If there is fairness, sanctions would be 5 times more than Randy. But also, I think that the sanctions are going to be more than just money, and that's the problem. And also, I had it up on screen, but the person that said they have to come from a higher level judge. And also, yes, this judge has been JW. You said this judge has been involved the whole time. Yes, he has, but he not with like every, not like Judge Bolitho where he reads every motion.
Yeah.
It's more of like he's there if Judge Bolitho needs something, but he's not as involved as Judge Bolitho. So
That's the first time I've heard of Judge Windsor.
Well, if you look at the docket, every docket has a let me see. So if you look at the docket, it basically tells you referred to, but there's another judge above him. So everybody has a supervisor. I mean, it's phrased differently in the judicial system, but everybody has somebody that they're go to. So, and Rick Reed, thank you for the $2 super chat. And Gone to the Dogs, thank you for the 10 gifted Squid Pro Club memberships. I saw it's a hard when they all scroll because they scroll so quickly, and then like I lose track of the chat.
Yeah, I am impressed. I am impressed with the
and yeah, his clerk. I believe his clerks have been reading more than he has. I believe he was reading stuff, and this is not his only chat or not only a case either. Like he's got a whole bunch more cases. So yeah, he's a head judge, not the magistrate. So, but getting to I have heard this judge could deal with the sanctions without attorneys present. Bolitho had to have attorneys present. I've heard that, but I haven't actually read that. And that's where I like to see things in. And there's been a lot of this. I heard that the defendant must be in court in front of the judge for a sanctions hearing. Yeah, Bolitho is a magistrate judge. This guy's a full judge. And it's just one of the, like, I haven't been able to find. I haven't had a lot of time to look because life is very busy around here when I'm not streaming. However, it's one of those situations of like, I like to read it for myself. No offense to anybody in chat. This is not personal. I just like to see words on a paper.
Oh, hi, General T. How you doing, dude?
And hey, General. What's up, buttercups? It's just a thing for me personally. And so far, going through the documents that I've gone through, I haven't been able to find much of anything, be it I haven't really looked super hard.
Can I read the second page?
Yes, you can.
Right, where did you, right, including right, okay. The motions does not suggest the parties' consent was involuntary. There are real questions about whether it was filed in good faith. And there has been so showing of bias or prejudice. At bottom, the motion does not show extraordinary circumstances warranting the relief sought. The motion focuses on the magistrate's judge's decisions that Attorney Matskin found unfavorable, which he does anyway, but none constitute extraordinary circumstances. To the extent the request is based on the magistrate's judge's purported animosity towards Matskin, I conclude none has been shown. Regardless, Matskin is no longer counsel. As a matter of discretion, and having fully considered the matter, I conclude, there is no good cause, such less extraordinary circumstance, to justify vacating. There you go. Vacating the reference. The motion to vacate ECF number 123 is denied. So ordered on July the 1st in the year 2025. Signed, Alan Windsor, Chief United States District Judge. So we say all.
Denied. Sit down.
Yeah, you've been
Guess
denied.
what? Because he's not being removed, and this is important in the sense of this is in federal 1. However, federal 2 has the same judge. So if he would have been vacated in case 1, Bruce would have filed a motion in case 2 to get him vacated, citing this vacation.
I think. Oh, sorry.
So now you can't get the judge removed in that case either. Sorry about your luck, Brucey Bruce.
Hey, I'm gonna go. I think this motion here. I mean, like, I was like laughing about it because the moment I saw this is what I was talking about earlier. The moment I saw this, I was like, "Ha! You're fucked." Pardon my French. I was like, I mean, this is basically going to send a shockwave across the anti-what the hell ecosystem to such a point they're going to wish they get hit by a tidal wave. Seriously.
Yeah, and Jerry brought up a good point. Agree, Squid. Need to see the rule to no. It's like, yes, not that I don't trust people. However, I don't trust people. However, secondly, I've seen 2 people that I think are both intelligent people say contradicting things. So yeah. I need to see and interpret for myself what the rules say. Because I have seen people that I view as very intelligent people. Like, I don't want to call anybody stupid except for this person right here.
Well, you call me stupid all the time. Sorry.
I do not. Shut up.
Yeah, okay.
He's lying, by the way. He spilled it. Oh, if that's true, bring the receipts, since you know you love those.
God dang it. You got me on that one. Fuck it.
I got you, bitch.
Got you, bitch.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. I do have receipts. All right.
All right. I accidentally put this order in. I have to move it to the other case because I accidentally saved it to the wrong folder. We have 84 and 85 in the second documents. 84 and 85 in the second case. So we're going to go over those, and then we will be done. One of them is 4 pages, and I will read that one. And then the other one is 24 pages, and we will figure that one out as we go.
Yeah. Can I just say that Paul Amos is on my list?
Of course.
They keep on picking on me.
It was good to talk to you yesterday. So I actually got to talk to Sweetfly yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Does she sound sweet? Does she go?
Doesn't sound like a fly. Google's AI says that sanctions against attorneys are overseen by the Florida Bar and the Florida Supreme Court. So Bolitho may be checking what he desires to do against them before doing that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But don't believe Google all the time.
Yeah, we're up to 84 and 85 in the second case already. It make sense. Like, does anybody else think the judge has a migraine every time something pops up on the docket in this case? Because Lord knows I'd be like, I'm out. Peace. Motion to vacate. Can I leave? Please.
Every time. Every time someone fucking talks on that side of the coin, I just, my brain just goes white flag, packs its bags, and goes on vacation for a day.
And you can see I've started to put the date 25/7/1 and then the docket number so I can keep track. It's easier that way. All right, this is an order from the judge. Presently before the court is plaintiff's motion for entry of default against defendant Lynette Preston. For the reasons below, the plaintiff's motion is denied. And that's why in my thumbnail I said denied, sit down, everybody. Because the judge denied everybody in this stream. Nobody got Paul, I know I have a case that I will show you It is the Florida, same district. I will let Spawn start to read this, and I will look up that case for you guys and show you what number we are up to in a different case.
Okay, you make it a little bit smaller so you can get more onto the...
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much.
You just let me know how small is too small.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That'll do.
Okay.
Right. Okay. No, wait. Right. Okay. Okay. Defendant Lynette Preston was personally served with plaintiff's complaint on March 25th, 2025. See docket 2020. On June 17th, 2025, plaintiffs were granted leave to file a second amended complaint, docket 74. Defendant Preston was ordered to respond to the second amended complaint within 7 days of it being filed by the plaintiff, ID. The second amendment complaint was filed on June 18, 2025, docket 76. Accordingly, defendant's Preston response to the second amended complaint was due by the June 25th of 2025. On June 27th, 2025, plaintiff filed a motion for entry of default, asserting that defendant Preston had failed to respond to the second amended complaint and seeking entry of default under Federal Reserve Civilian P55A, docket 81. On June the 30th, 2025, defendant Preston response to the second amended complaint was docketed, see Doc 83. The response certifies that it was emailed to plaintiff's counsel on June the 24th, 2020, and per the postmark mailed to court for filing on June 25th, 2025, ID at 324. Defendant Preston's response was not received by the court until after the June 25th deadline. Plaintiffs argue that they have been prejudiced by this, Doc 81 at 3. Although the clerk had yet to enter the default before defendant Preston's response was filed, the court will apply the standard that governs setting aside a default because of the court where the grant plaintiff's motion and enter a default. Defendant Preston would inevitably move the court to set aside the default. A district court may set aside an entry of default for good cause. Federal Civ P55C. Good cause warrants a case-by-case analysis, including consideration, hang on a minute, of the right footnote. Yeah, you see the footnote. Yeah. The following: A, whether the default was culpable or willfully. B, whether setting aside would prejudice the adversary. C, whether the defaulting party presents a meritorious defense. D, whether there was significant financial loss to the defaulting party. And E, whether the defaulting party acted promptly to correct the default. Sec basis Johnson 436
SEC.
Yeah. Default and generally disfavored, as there is a strong policy of determining cases on their merits in reference World Wide Web system and all that case. Anyway, the court finds that the defendant Preston's failure to scroll up. Right. Yeah. Okay. The court finds that defendant Preston's failure to ensure the response was filed as proposed as postmarked by June 25 was neither willful nor culpable. Defendant Preston certifies that she emailed her response to plaintiff's counsel on June the 24th. And the postmark on her filing indicates it was mailed to the court on the 25th, Doc 8384. This is not the case where weeks or months pass without a response. The court also is not convinced that any prejudice has been caused to plaintiffs. According, it is ordered that the plaintiff's motion to enter a default, Doc 81, is denied. Plaintiff's response to defendant Preston's motion to dismiss is due on or before July the 15th. Now, I'm getting a very bad vibe off this one. Because, like, when were they told to put these motions in? What was the date?
I have to look. The chat will probably know.
Right,
the thing about it is, half of me I partially agree with this. Part of it I don't agree with. Part of it I feel like they were prejudiced by 2 days? No. No, I don't. In the grand scheme of things, no. However, here's my thing. They are purposely waiting. Preston is purposely. She knows that it's supposed to be into the court, not postmarked by the date. And the fact that she doesn't have, they're gonna try to make a case for why she should get access to electronic filing because of that, which is bullcrap. She's gonna try to make a case for why she is inconvenienced and she is prejudiced because she is pro se and she has to, send it in, which means she has to have it done earlier. That's the benefit of having a lawyer.
Right. Well, here's my thing. All right. When
I agree. And that's where it may be 2 days this time. Each time they draw it out as long as they possibly can. I agree. But this order specifically refers to June 24th, June 25th, and when that order or that thing was put in on the 27th. So that's where I'm like half agreeing and half not. Like right. I agree in this specific instance where it's Jeremy prejudiced by 2 days. No. However, my fear is that this becomes a precedent.
Right. I have to agree. I'm going to go ahead and agree with Auntie M. Okay, on multiple points. Point one: if Bruce Matskin or anyone is no longer assisting her with legal documents, okay, right, she, like anyone who represents herself, can phone the opposition legal team up and say, "Hey, look, I'm struggling to write this." Excuse me. I'm struggling to write this. I'm struggling to get all this together. Right. I'll send you an email, but I would like you to give me a little bit of like a couple of days or a couple of extra days so I can send this off. Now, if she's had a period where you can't tell me that like Bruce Matskin and other people are still are no longer involved. That's bullshit. They're definitely still involved. Right? You're telling me that she left it for like on the day that it was supposed to be put on the docket. She then sends it out in the post, but sends an email. So why did she leave it till the last minute to email, but then send it out in the post?
And those are all very good questions, and those are questions that I can't answer because that would make me have to jump into the mind of someone who.
No. What? No, because the thing is, for Randy Socket, and this is why I'm going to that comment with Auntie M, because for Randy Socket to respond with with emotion means that one, he was paying attention to watching it, and two, if he would have received an email or any type of communique from her or anyone who's representing her, he could have added that to his motion.
And I agree. And we're going to get to Randy's response because it says in here that the plaintiff's response is due on or about July 15th. So we're going to get to that, and we will see. Yeah, I just have to write in my calendar because there's a response, but it's to Matskin. Let's see. Fed 2. I have to write this in my calendar, otherwise I'm going to forget to write it down. Plaintiff's response.
Yeah, I've got so many fucking alarm bells going off on this one.
Yeah, there's certain things that I agree with, but remember, there's certain things that I agree with, but they're like I half agree with them. But the judge has to give the benefit of the doubt, otherwise he could be seen as biased. So like remember that specific shit too. Plaintiff response to Preston. All right, and Bad Duck, thank you for the $2 super chat. Manuel says, smacked everyone in the back of the head. Of course it does. No derailing today. The only way to derail with a super chat is $50 or above. I need pink or red. Pink or red is the only way I'm getting derailed by a super chat for more than a second.
Mm.
There's the $1 million question, and I'm hoping that because he provide receipts in his motions, which is one of the things I appreciate about Randy, is he provides receipts. I like people who provide receipts, and when they say stuff, has the receipts, the screenshots, the copies of emails, the this, the that, instead of just running their mouth. And I'm not talking about anybody in chat. This is talking about like people who are filing documents or saying things on streams and saying things but having no evidence to back it up. So I just want to share this. So Paul, I was talking to you about another thing that I'm covering. This is Rashada V. And if Ung Hung Hero is watching, y'all better super chat me to get me to say that name more than once.
That's correct.
Yeah, this is Casey Rogers, who originally had this the other case. But this is the Northern District of Florida. This is just, and it's in Pensacola. This is Pensacola. But plaintiff, defendants, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a case voted May 21st of 2024. The last thing in this was a confidentiality order, which I have to go over some of the documents that have been in this. I haven't talked about this case in a while. However, they're on document 85 a year later. So the fact that they are on document 85 13 months later, and the other case is on document 85 in like 3 months, 4 months, says a lot. Like it says a lot. Like I'm just telling you,
concerning. It's very concerning.
Says a lot.
Yeah.
I will even show you. Let's see, civil cases. I don't want to go.
That's actually quite concerning, that, because like the thing is, 85 in the months,
isn't it? Like it's super.
No, 3 months.
It's very telling, and this is one of the reasons that the judge is freaking annoyed with the amount of documents, even with that many defendants. That case is 4 defendants.
Actual fact, wasn't it somewhere mid-April where that stay was ended?
Yeah, but that stay was in the first case, not the second.
Oh shit! Then it's only been about a month, 2 months then, if that, for the second case then.
I'm trying to look for that. But I had it somewhere saved. The case, the ATC case that started in 2015, and I think is only up to like document 240 in 10 years. 10 years. And they're only up to 10 years against a federal agency, and they're only up to 200 and something. So, here we go. So to have a case be at 164 in a year, and a year and a half be at 164 is wild. To have that other case be, it's just a, I mean, it's just to, yeah. To really freak them out, I should file an amicus curiae brief and let them know what I think. Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, we do have to do a stream or a video on the amicus briefs that have been filed in the Hannah Dugan case. That's a fun one. However,
I'm just sitting here totally confused, and think because like you mentioning that the amount of motions and documents have gone in,
It's freaking insane. It died. Yeah, you killed mommy's phone too. Hey, you want to go cook something in your little kitchen? Mama doesn't. Baby girl, your pad is dead. Go in mommy and daddy's room on the charger.
oh snap! Is that what his name is?
Y'all caught that, right? y'all caught that, right? I just got whacked in the side of the head or the side of the face.
No, I missed it because I just noticed that. I mean, I thought that was I could have sworn anyway. Yeah. So I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I know the federal authority will take longer and get more allowances, but a case that is 10 years old is only up to document like 200 and something, and a case that is a year old is up to 164. Like the math is
not mathing.
The math is, you know.
Well, if the feds are involved, this case is going to go beyond that, I think.
Yes, we just read that. That was, well, we read it a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we're back on page 4. We should be on page 4 now.
Oh, we're still on this one.
Oh, yeah.
This one.
Oh.
We're done with that because it's just the certificate. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
The 4th page is just his signature. All right, now we're going to get into the long one, and we're going to try to get through this.
Diana's from the channel.
Hey, Diana. You want to come up here? You want to take a nap?
Jersey and Guernsey. Basically, by the way, just for historical state, Jersey and Guernsey were invaded by the Germans in the Second World War. Just for historical reference. There you go.
Yeah, the History Underground, the channel, the History Underground on YouTube. JD has recently done videos from the Channel Islands, from about World War II and the Nazi involvement, and it's very interesting. It's one of my favorite channels on YouTube. But anyway, let's get into this. We are 16 away from 4K. 16.
Come on, guys. Hit that subscribe button. Come on, I know you want.
You want, Mom? Okay. Here, babe.
Timothy, why do you want me to read? What do you... listen, Sunshine, if you're going to sit there while I'm talking and you're going to go... Yeah, I'm not going to be freaking happy about that. Do you understand what I mean? It's like, you know, you need to keep your fantasies private. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, I can talk with in the background. I mean, that's not a problem if you like.
Spawn wants to read. Let Spawn read.
Oh crap!
Well, I can read too.
Yeah, good.
Sort of.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now reading.
Or just showing up, missed the first 5 minutes of my stream. It's worth the watch if you want to know anything about my personality. So
yeah, she's a pain in the ass. What? Who said that? Who said that?
Y'all, I'll read the first couple pages, and then when we start to discuss, well, yes, ma'am. Was that English? I didn't catch that. She's yelling at me. Yeah, hit the sub. Hit the sub. All right. Plaintiff's response in opposition to defendant Matskin's motion. So this is a plaintiff's response, but this is Matskin, not Preston. So just making sure we're clear on the expectations that we have for this. This is in response to Bubble Brain. And when I am mean to people, the only people I am mean to are the people who are mean to me first. And Matskin talked about my child choking on an Apple Pencil because he's too stupid to know what an Apple Pencil is. So he will forever and always be made fun of and ridiculed by me. forever and always. I will, after this is done, whatever cases he follows, if I can get a hold of the documents and read them and make fun of him, I will. Counts 5 and 7 of plaintiff's second amended complaint, sometimes referred to as the complaint, are against defendant Matskin for tortious interference with advantageous business relationships and civil conspiracy, which alleges that Matskin conspired with other co-defendants to violate Florida's Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act, the Lanham Act, and to commit the tort of tortious interference with advantageous business relationships in furtherance of a scheme to ruin Mr. Hale's business, creating YouTube content for his popular channel, What the Hales. Matskin's 12B6. Say 12B6 one more damn time.
12B6.
Motion. I'm gonna mute you.
I'm sorry.
Motion to dismiss fails as an attempt at summary judgment, and the documents he attached to his motion are inappropriate for consideration by this court. Matskin's attempt to use Rule 12D of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure to have this court treat his 12B6 motion to dismiss as a motion for summary judgment is both misleading and improper. Rule 12D states, result of presenting matters outside of the pleadings, if on a motion under Rule 12B6 or 12C, matters outside of the pleadings are presented to and not excluded by the court, the motions must be treated as one for summary judgment under Rule 56. All parties must be given a reasonable opportunity to present all the material that is pertinent to the motion. Emphasis added. Matskin not only fails to cite the last sentence of the rule, cherry picking. Where have we seen that before?
Yep.
Likely in an effort to bypass discovery and obtain premature judgment on a multi-count fact-intensive complaint. But he also fails to mention that 2 items he presented to the court outside of the pleadings. One is his own self-serving sworn declaration. Declarations and affidavits, however, are not allowed as pleading exhibits unless they form the basis of the complaint. U.S. v. Ritchie, 9th Circuit, 2003. See also 2 more et al. Supra Statute 10.05. Affidavits are typically not allowed as pleading exhibits. Matskin's affidavit attached to his 12B6 motion did not and could not have formed the basis for plaintiff's complaint. I mean, now I'm going to say it just to be annoying.
Yeah, that's an old snap. Right, do you want me to carry on page 3 and 4?
Yes, please. I'd have to go do a little bit of mama duties and hit the little girl's room. So intermission and or you keep reading.
Yeah, scroll up. Excuse me. Matskin's affidavit also contains assertions that raise issues of material fact rather than dispel them, thus rendering summary judgment wholly inappropriate. For example, paragraph 5 of Matskin's declaration states, prior to being retained for these matters, I had no involvement with Miss Preston's matters to the best of my recollection, emphasis added. However, paragraph 126 of the complaint recites a letter written by Matskin on March 11, 2024, 2 weeks before he was perpetually retained by Preston. And he sent to several LawTube hosts seeking to promote himself as a legal commentator on the Hales Preston conflict, stating, I have been catching up on the What the Hell saga as a 27-year lawyer. I have some thoughts of your interest, if you're interested. I also have some questions that I'd love to ask, if you're willing, to understand the origins of the Hales Lynette War. Yeah, prick. The complaint alleges that Matskin clearly was involved in Preston's matters, even if not directly involved with Preston herself, prior to becoming her legal consultant, as the allegations in plaintiff's complaint are to be taken as true as this early pleading stage. Matskin's declaration does nothing more than create issues of dispute fact. thus making his request for summary will wait. Freaking, like, I think around that time, if I can remember correctly, around that time, me and Madam Matskin, little freaking, go to your happy place, go to your happy place. Me and him were going at it on Facebook because I called him out on a couple of things, and we all know that he was an ambulance chaser. The fact that he's had, and a lot of people probably don't know this, and if they do, they've probably forgotten. He had his own YouTube account, whereas, like, Mr. Magoo, he's got multiple accounts. But Matskin hadn't had a YouTube account. And on that YouTube account, there was actually a video that he put up of a 12-minute recording of him recording voice messages from his answering machine. And it just, and obviously, it went from there. But yeah, I called him out on quite a lot, and I actually, anyway, so summary judgment inappropriate. There you go.
Are we just talking about where the Bruce came from? The voicemails?
Yeah. Oh my God. Do you know what? Can you imagine that lady, that poor lady, she suddenly watches YouTube and sees his name and goes, well, hang on a minute. That's my voice on that recording.
I just can't, well, you threw it. You killed my phone again, girl. You're killing my batteries. I didn't charge my phone overnight, so there's that. Here, baby. And give me that spoon. Give me the spoon. Okay. Thank you. Love you.
Thank you. The thing about, here's the thing about Matskin from what I learned very early on, is that a lot of his cases were similar to the, he's been using some of the stuff that uses in normal cases in this, and it failed. It's failing. He notes alternatively that the court may consider documents outside the pleading without converting the 12B6 motions into the motions for summary judgment if, one, they are incorporated by reference in the complaint, i.e., the plaintiff refers. That's okay. The plaintiff refers extensively to the document, or the document forms the basis of the plaintiff's claim, and two, the authenticity of the document is unchallenged. See page 4, MTD. Under such circumstances, the defendant may offer such a document, and the district court may treat such document as part of the complaint, and thus may assume that its contents are true for purposes for a motion to dismiss under Rule 12b6, Ritchie at 908. Like the hegemony of that word, declaration in Ritchie, Matskin's declarations must likewise not be considered by the court. It was not referenced in plaintiff's complaint, nor could it have been, and it did not form the basis of the complaint. CF Rudd versus City of Norton Shores, 2018 U.S. District Lexus 1, that number at that. In general, when considering the Rule 12b6, motions to dismiss for failure to state the claim, a court may not consider matters outside the pleadings, federal, civil, that. This means that affidavits attached to the briefs may not properly be considered at the motions to dismiss stage, citations omitted. With regards of Matskin's exhibit A, God, you made my eyes flicker then. With the exception of the, no, it's all right, don't do it again. Where am I? With the exceptions of the 9:25 a.m. email sent by Matskin on February the 17th, 2025, which is directed to Mr. Socket, but in reality, it's directly addressing Mr. Cam of Whatnot Incorporated, most of which is recited in paragraph 131 of the complaint. None of the other emails in Exhibit A are referenced in the complaint, let alone from the basis of it, and all of them have authenticity problems. Each email contains quoted text hidden, sometimes more than once. That there is quoted hidden text certainly believes paragraph 8 of of Matskin's sworn declaration stated Exhibit A contains a true and accurate copy of all full email exchange. That said, as a matter of law, Matskin's attachment should not be considered by the court as part of his motion to dismiss. As matters of the discretion, however, such consideration by the court does not help Matskin's argument or his case because attachments backfire on him. They clearly bolster plaintiff's claims against Matskin for tortious interference and conspiracy by offering even more factual plausibility through additional factual content comprised of Matskin's own words, which allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that the defendant is indeed liable for the misconduct alleged.
So much to unpack in there. Like, I just kind of want to just glance over that one real quick. The fact that, like, he...
Can I just say so very quickly, to all the moderators and everything else, Bruce Manskin, okay, is don't panic. It's someone we know.
It's a play on words. It's a play on words.
Yeah, it's a play on words. It's a bit of satire. Do you want to carry on, or shall I carry on?
I will do it. I just have to actually, I just have to process what I was listening to. Because the thing is when I'm listening to it, it hits differently than when I'm reading it myself. So things go into a different portion of my brain, and it takes just a tiny bit.
Basically, what Matskin was doing, right? He was making up his own shit, and then throwing it in the middle of the actual motion that he was writing.
Yeah, this right here, like, you can't say quoted text hidden, hiding your evidence, and then say a true and accurate copy of the full email exchange.
Yeah, that's not.
Huh? Like, it things that make it go, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a paralegal. However, there's just certain things that, like, I can translate from a legal perspective into a medical, and people get mad at me all the time for this, but, like, how my brain works is translating it into a language that I understand, and medical. Like, when I'm reading or when I'm writing a doctor for something, I don't write them and then omit what I need. Like, if I'm trying to convince them that their patient needs me or needs a certain device or whatever, I'm not going to, quote, hide text.
Excuse me, but there's one thing about that page that stands out like a freaking neon light, is the fact that Manskin, without any how can I put it, without any involvement for anyone, contacted whatnot. Why is he contacting a business partner of Jeremy Hale's? Why? Who in their right freaking mind would? I mean, it's wait, what? My brain just went.
I'm gonna need to find an area to charge my phone. I thought I'd stop by and bug.
See, that's what happens. That's what happens. Huh? That's what happens when you...
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah. But yeah, that one there stands out like a freaking neon light. The fact that he contacted a business partner, that there. Wait a minute, isn't that illegal? Wouldn't that cause some legal issues? Wait a minute, what am I fucking saying? We're right in the middle of this fucking legal.
Oh no. I'm so sorry. Losing a pet is sometimes harder than when you're like me and you like animals more than people. Is hard too. Like, my cat is right there from when I was in school, like when I was in elementary school. So I totally can understand what it's like to lose an animal after so long, because they are a member of the family just as much as people are. Yep. Even though they can't talk back, they are the best listeners in the world. So hugs, Rozilla's realm. We will reading this would short circuit anybody's brain. And sometimes y'all wonder why I get distracted. It's because sometimes I just can't, like, as much as I am interested in reading these documents, sometimes I just can't.
I mean, sometimes I read this stuff and then for some reason I go, oh, look, piece of candy. And then I start disappearing away from it. Oh, piece of candy. Because I mean, when Randy Socket, when they put in a document explaining everything and you read it, and the fact that we've all witnessed how Deuce Matskin, freaking, and all these people are, and the way they've behaved over all this, and then you read it in a legal document, you're like going, oh snap, shit a brick.
Is BS detector, is that Leslie?
If I was in their shoes, I wouldn't turn over one more shred of anything to them either.
One, that comment makes no sense with they and them. This is not a pronoun fest. Use your words like a big girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, use your words like a big girl. And also, none your business is BS detector 007. That was created on June 17th. So is that Leslie doing her thing where she changes?
Yeah.
So y'all, hey, Sarah Boone Suitcase, nice of you to join us. Oh, Sarah Boone Suitcase, God, I miss you. Fucking Bruce Manskin thinks he's more famous than me. I'm gonna have to stuff Brucey Boy in a place smaller than a Volkswagen. Oh my God. Y'all are mean. Well, guess what? There's a reason that. Never mind. You're not even worth the effort. But thanks for the view.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Sarah Boone Suitcase, I need you.
Oh shit, I got yeah.
Saint Sarah of the Samsonite has 20 days. Has till tomorrow actually to put in her appeal, otherwise she doesn't get to appeal.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna be myself.
Sorry. They, them, it's Zers, Rams, Bams, Boops. Jesus. All right, getting back to this. Thank you for trying to derail Nunya, and if anybody, there's one Nunya that is an actual person. The rest of y'all are just trolls. There's a one Nunya that's been around since like ever since 2020 is when I've known them. But other than that, they's real. When you stop making it so damn obvious that you just, yeah. Stop making it so obvious.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just had to mute myself on that one. I just couldn't stop laughing.
No worries. All right. Plaintiff's claims against Matskin. Notice we're talking about Matskin and all of a sudden the haters show up. It's like, Matskin, I will. You talked about my daughter. I will make fun of you and your writings and the inability to do your job as a lawyer because you screwed over your clients. I actually kind of feel bad for Lynette and John that you were ever their lawyer. That is how bad of a lawyer you are. I don't particularly like John and Lynette. However, playing devil's advocate, you screwed them over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really bad.
Yeah. You've actually
really bad.
You've made it worse for them. And here's another thing I would like to ask. What are you going to get out of it? I mean, you're not going to get... What, you got more money for liposuction?
Let's get back to the facts.
I'm sorry.
His claim against Matkin for tortious interference is well pled and supported by sufficient factual allegations. Under Florida law, 4 essential elements of a claim for tortious interference with business relationships are as follows. The existence of a business relationship, not necessarily evidenced by an enforceable contract. That's the big one. The second part of that, not necessarily evidenced by an enforceable contract. That to me is huge. Knowledge of the relationship on the part of the defendant, an intentional and unjustified interference. Hold on, I have to do something real quick. There we go. All right. Yeah, and I'm with this right here. Dever Vision 1981. Exactly, you get what you deserve, regardless of being rich or not. It doesn't matter if you're rich or not, or poor or not. And I think in this country there is a problem with. I think there's it's not necessarily a privilege problem, it's a wealth privilege problem. But that's more in the, that's it. Yeah, no, thanks for, none of your business. What's in it for you? We're all poor, but we don't behave like them. That's true. I ain't rich. That's for damn sure. Just the thought of being rich is kind of, interesting. All right, an intentional or an unjustified interference with the relationship by the defendant, like emailing the lawyer at whatnot, and damages to the plaintiff as a result of the breach of the relationship. This is the one where I'm very interested to see the numbers in discovery. I'm very interested to see, because saying it is one thing, proving it is another. And that's not my criticism of Jeremy. That is just a show me the evidence. Like, show me the evidence. But that's how I've always been. Just show me the receipts. Tektron versus Pere, Middle District of Florida, 2005. When it comes to pleading, Rule 8A2 of FRCP requires only a short and plain statement showing the pleader is entitled to relief. The rule, nonetheless, requires that sufficient facts be set forth to state a claim to relief that is plausible on its face. Everybody's, in this case's favorite case to cite, Bell v. Twombly, 2007. A claim has factual plausibility when the pleaded factual content allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the misconduct alleged. Common sense. What would a common sense? What would a common sense?
You're swearing again. You're swearing again.
Well, with sense? Oh, common sense.
Don't.
My bad. The F-bomb doesn't bother people, but the word common sense.
I know. I'm sorry. I literally had to just walk away for a minute because I have never laughed so hard in my life. Nunya,
yeah.
I know that. Hey, Nunya, I know that. Like, you know, when you actually use your brain, there's a bit of a smell because what you do and say makes as much sense as a fart in a spacesuit. And look, you know, everyone has a right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, but Jesus, I think you should get a new employment, and that's to become a freaking comedian, because I tell you, you are funny. On that note, anyway, carry on.
Oh, weird chat.
No, that freaking Nunya.
Nunya? Or Ballbuster 007? Or
DS.
what was I? Not Ballbuster, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I think this whole this motion here, I mean, if they could put all the proof and everything in this motion and show the behavior of Matskin from way before, when he even tried to start involving himself in it, would blow him out of the water. He would go from sailor to astronaut within seconds.
Yeah, I just sometimes, like, I know I'm not a lawyer, but sometimes you just look at stuff and you're like, why did you do that? Or why would you think that's a good idea? Like, I don't know. Like, emailing the judge. Like, I emailed the judge when Bruce emailed me or CC'd me on a settlement offer because I don't want to be a party to this crap. So I emailed the judge, said, I forwarded the email, basically saying, here is this. Please leave, like everybody else's drama. Leave me the hell out of it. But once I get dragged into it, I will. Yeah. When Bruce emailed, blind carbon copied me on an email of a settlement offer that is supposed to be confidential. No, I'm done. Like, I will email the judge then. That is the only ex parte communication with the judge that I will ever have. I don't want to talk to this judge. I have no desire to talk to this judge. So people that are emailing this judge random stuff, like, why you'd want to involve yourself in a case, like, reading documents is one thing. And I tend to be not biased, but in the sense of Bruce talked about my child, so I'm anti-Bruce. Screw everybody else. I'm anti-Bruce. I could give two fucks about everybody else, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm anti-Bruce because he talked about my child choking. So, yeah.
I mean, all I'm going to say is this, in regards to that comment. If we were biased, why would we discuss both sides, and why would we point out the mistakes and the failures of, apparently professional lawyer? And now look at the anti what the Hale's little ecosystem crew. I mean, if there's absolutely, you can't be biased and you can't be unbiased. It's fucking common sense. It's right in front of you. You guys are complete idiots.
The facts are leading me towards one side. I'm looking at it like a jury member, except jury members don't have access to all these documents. However, I'm looking at it like, that's one of the reasons that I don't pay attention to all the other BS, is because I don't want to get,
Do you know that makes sense? Do you know what? You just hit the nail on the head there. Because, like, if they do end up in court and you've got a jury and these people haven't got a clue about all this and they start from the get-go, I think that, like, yeah, I mean,
that's one of the criticisms that what the Hales people have had of me from the very start. Like, the first video I ever did on what the Hales, my comment section was loaded with, well, you don't know this, and you don't know this, and you haven't seen this, and you didn't do this, and you didn't do your research. No, because I'm looking at it like the judge would. I'm looking purely at the documents and making my decisions. The only people that I am personally against is Bruce. That's the only person who I have a personal disdain for. Everybody else, do I particularly like them based on what I've seen of their actions? No, but they didn't do anything to me. Bruce personally did something to me. So my only disdain is Bruce. Everybody else, you do you, boo-boo.
Yeah, I mean, you had nothing to do with this. It was the fact that obviously you discussed it for the first time with other people, and then, like, you carried on doing your own streams, and then when you bring, and that's when he came into stream under these fake accounts, and including his wife as well. I remember that like if it was yesterday, because I can remember coming into the stream with like a fucking bull in a china shop. But we'll not go back down.
Like I said, I have nothing. That's one of the reasons I only pay attention to documents, is because personally, I could really care less if it was who did what. Do I care that as a YouTube creator, people are harassing, in my view, based on what I've seen in documents? harassing other YouTube creators? Yes, because I am a YouTube creator, and that's one of the reasons that we've started to talk about this parasocial relationship and the cyberbullying and stuff like that, which is why I find this interesting. But from this case in perspective, I am only looking at documents because there is too much BS going on outside that is infiltrating people's opinions on both sides. And that's been my criticism of both sides.
Sorry to interrupt, but have a look at Jeffrey's Montgomery's comment. That's a bloody good comment. Sorry for the cough, guys. That's a very, very good comment there. Squid Pro Quo. So with that in mind, what would need to get in front of the judge to bring it all together and make it clear they're abusing the system deliberately? Well,
this right here, we haven't gotten to discovery. The judge hasn't gotten discovery on either side yet. And I believe that Randy and them are not putting in their discovery because they have nothing to respond to. So once the motions to compel, if are ever followed, when things come out in discovery is where everything interesting is supposed to happen.
None your business. Consider this your first warning.
Yeah, Nanya, now you're just trying to... I can understand dissenting opinion. I understand disagreement. But coming in here with an account that you've just created 2 weeks ago, I know you're a real person, but that's not your real account. That's probably because you are blocked on your real account, and which means you are only one of 3 people. So, yeah. Which, if you are who I think you are, you have no love for either side, because you have no love for either side because you only want the money that you were supposed to get and the fame from one side that you did not get. It didn't quite work out as well as you thought it would. And thank you to Patrick for taking care of. Okay, bye.
Yep. Well done. Bye. Well done, Patrick. Well done.
So, yeah. You're welcome back here tomorrow. All right. Battle Atlantic versus Twombly. A claim has facial plausibility when the pleaded factual content allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that common sense shit again.
Fucking Captain Carol.
Can't have that common sense shit. That doesn't work around here.
Would you stop swearing?
Common sense.
Right, go to your room, young lady. You're grounded for a week.
Yeah, Timothy, if you only take the documents into consideration, you have a better chance of guessing what the judge will do. If you look at the rest of the stuff, then you are an opinion and feelings. Yep. Feelings. People get all up in their feels. And you do whatever you want to do. Like I said, what people do in the 22 hours a day I'm not streaming is, I do not care. But y'all.
No, I tell you, just to record, I think Patrick must have been thinking what I was thinking, because like when I said the first warning, he must have, yeah. So that was a good teamwork there, guys.
Yeah, that last rant was making me think bubbles there. That was what I was thinking too. And because all of Bruce's other alt accounts and his wife's alt accounts have all been Nunya. So if you're gonna try to make an account, and then make an alt account where people are not gonna think it's you because you talk the same, try coming up with a better name.
And stop using AI to write your shit. Oh, wait a minute, I do that.
That's not AI, because AI does a better job than that. That's to me how I know. Yeah. Look at people's Substack. People that use Substack.
I'm sorry.
Or not Medium too. Certain people that use Medium. Someone who thought she was pregnant with twins uses Medium. AI does a better job at writing than whatever is in Bruce's documents. So, all right. On a motion to dismiss, the court takes factual allegations. The complaint is true, even if they are subject to dispute, and construes them in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. Plaintiffs alleged sufficient facts to show business relationships with a present and prospective customers under Florida law. And we're going to try to get through this as fast as possible because we have and I am hungry.
Do you want to postpone? Again?
Yeah, we can do that because I've been streaming since noon or 11:30. So
Yeah,
let me go into my. You want to read this, and I will go in and postpone that. Do you let me know what day and time is best for you, or we can just do next week.
No, we'll postpone it and do it next week, and we'll just do
Next
like
week, okay. I will just change the stream until next week.
Because I was literally looking at you, and I was like, she's gonna do it. She's gonna like, no.
How are you? Oh my goodness. No, Texas. Hey everyone, I'm just lurking because I'm pissed off at the world right now. That seems to be the theme of the day.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that seems to be the theme of the day.
Right, what am I reading? Excuse me. Yeah, I'll read all that. But
read it 8.
You need to scroll it up a little bit and then can I just say something before I read this? Do you know the fact that that absolute clown came in here and tried to act that? Look, there was so much. I mean, if you take anybody and they put a pen to paper and then they try to write shit and then they copy and paste, like you lost the plot the moment you went and took Scott Stark's freaking signature that was taken by a fucking cell phone. You then took a screenshot of that and then copied and pasted it onto a Word document and then tried to make it like it was a proper fucking... You even failed on that by not even knowing his middle name. I mean, come on.
Timothy, feelings, what are those? I'm a sociopath that just doesn't want to go to jail.
Right, wait a minute. Paul's picking on me again. Waylaid the stream. Waylaid the stream again.
Waylaid my stream again.
You
derailed me. I get derailed enough on my own.
I didn't derail anything. I'm not even a train conductor, so fuck off.
I changed our rabbit hole overhauling aviation Where'd the Money Go stream to next Wednesday, July 9th at 3 p.m.
Oh,
3 p.m. Eastern time. That's the usually that's our Wednesday stream. Everybody, that's why Spawn is on here now, because we usually stream together at 3 o'clock talking about aviation and figuring out where the hell the U.S. taxpayer dollars went and why our aviation system is so fucked up.
Yeah.
Because that's another place where common sense is a curse word.
Don't you're doing it right? Okay, let me read this. Let me read this out before I totally fucking lose the plot here. Right, where am I?
The plot, let's be honest.
Yeah.
We're 2.5 hours into this. We lost the plot.
Right, okay. All right, anyway, plaintiffs allege sufficient facts to show business relationships with the present and prospective customers under Florida law. Whew,
He's not laughing.
Yeah. A plaintiff. Oh, my jaws are killing me.
Yeah, you take a break, sir.
No, I'm reading this. You let me read it. I'm reading it. Shut up. Right. A plaintiff may properly bring a cause of action alleging tortious interference with the present of prospective customers. Elfin Allen Incorporated versus Georgetown Manor Incorporated, 647 all that stuff. Although Matskin cites Ethan Ellen for that very proposition, his argument focuses only on the prospective customers, abandoning all discussions of present customers entirely. For prospective customers, the law requires that plaintiff allege a business relationship evidenced by an actual and identifiable understanding of agreement with which in all probability would have been completed if the defendant had not interfered, i.e. at 8:15, arbitrarily trying his argument to one category of defined customer, however, simply leads Matskin to reach erroneous conclusions, not inescapable ones. At the early pleading stage, it is sufficient for a plaintiff to merely identify a specific group of business relationships rather than to provide specific names of individuals or companies. Tektron 2005 US District Lexus, that number at 17. That standard is also consistent with the sister claim of tortious interference with contract, which does not require a plaintiff to identify specific contracts at the pleading stage to survive a motion to dismiss. Hilton Resorts Court versus Sussman 2019 US District Lexus Stat 1. In this case, the complaint alleges that the plaintiffs have present existing business relationship with YouTube Partner Program members and subscribers to the What the Hell's channel, TikTok, Facebook, and Whatnot Incorporated, and they derive revenue and income as a result of these advantageous business relationships. Doc 76, paragraph 1 to 6, 23 to 30. And that plaintiffs have thus actively alleged more information than required under Florida precedent. Plaintiffs further alleged that Matskin had knowledge of plaintiff's business relationships, such as with YouTube, Whatnot Incorporated, Facebook, not to mention the 736,000 subscribers to the What the Hell's channel, and that he intentionally and without justification interfered with them, Doc 76, para 206 to 207, in accordance with Tektron and Hilton Resorts Supra. Plaintiffs have sufficiently pled the first two elements of tortious interference. The motion to dismiss reveals that Matskin, then you got the footnote there. Do you want to scroll up? Bless you.
Oh, sorry about that. I had to sneeze. My issue with this right here is not an issue with the writing itself, but what it says. Intentionally and without justification interfered with them. So just remember, when a YouTube subscriber or a YouTube creator tells their chat or their channel or whatever to go unsubscribe from a person, technically that is interfering with their channel and that is interfering with their business.
Yep.
Just remember that.
Yep.
Just remember that. So be careful what you say on the internet, because it does not go away. And just as easily as people can sue, or Jeremy sued all these people for what they're doing to his business, you don't have to be a creator with 736K. You just have to be a monetized channel to technically have a contract with YouTube, to be a YouTube partner.
Yeah, and just for the record, Patrick, you did well, mate. You actually did exactly that, what I was about to do, but thank you very much for using the mind melt, the Vulcan mind melt, and you did what I wanted to do. So I put it verbally, you did it physically. People need to remember that Matskin was the one that contacted Whatnot, right? The crampons were the one who emailed Olight. So irregardless if Jeremy, like, here's the thing you have to remember. Even if Jeremy wasn't in a contractual agreement with Olight, he had a verbal agreement with them. All right. And he was plugging their torches and everything else on his stream, which he did very well, because I was tempted to buy one, but I got a Surefire. All right. The fact that they actually emailed them, that there is interfering in the business relationship between Jeremy Hales and that company. Now, if you contact a company and you say something bad about, say, you know, if Squid had like a car garage or something like that, and you contacted someone else, you contacted the company that supplies her with, you know, with tools and stuff like that, that's interfering in her business. So, yeah.
So I just want to give a PSA so that none of my mods, or so that Patrick feels better. PSA to the chat. We have absolutely no problems with dissenting opinions, but when you start spamming the chat, interfering with the chat, calling people out, or giving people hard times in the chat for just expressing their opinions, my mods will time you out. They only time you out for 24 hours, so you are welcome back tomorrow. However, my mods have discretion since they are monitoring the chat, because I get sidetracked with chat, so sometimes I don't pay attention to it all the time. And everybody's comments. Sometimes comments stick out to me, and that's when I point out comments. However, my mods have the discretion to do whatever they want. So if they time you out for 24 hours because you pissed them off, I back my mods. So just remember that. Like, just remember my mods. We talk. These are all people who I talk with outside of YouTube. Whether it be Discord, Twitter, or they have my phone number and we talk on a daily basis or a weekly basis. Like, these are all people I talk to outside of YouTube. These are people I trust. So they have discretion to do what they want to do based on, and if one of them is in their fields and feeling like they want to time people out for just being dicks, guess what? You shouldn't have fucked with my mod.
Yeah. And like I said, we have this Vulcan mind melt thing going on, and like I said it, and Patrick went, "Big bad boy, go to your room," and there you go. So
personally, I like to play with my food before I eat, but
yeah. Well, we've got
other people aren't like that. So Nunya, you got my mods. They let you run your mouth for a little bit until you just went too far and said too many things that made them all mad, and yeet tomorrow.
But that does not. Wait a minute. Sorry. For a second, I thought I was on my platform. I do apologize.
I was waiting for that.
I'm sorry. I do apologize.
I had to. It's funny. Right.
Okay, do you want me to carry on with the next?
Please.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want to scroll it so I can actually the Matskin and the plaintiff business relationship? No, we've got that. The motions to dismiss reveals Matskin cherry picks legal standards with which him led to felicitously and look. Stop using these fucking words, okay? Anyway, legal conclusions and flies in the face of plausibility standard application of motions to dismiss. Hilton resorts for that again. A claim was falsely plausibility when the pleaded factual content allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for the misconduct alleged. Similarly,
thank you for celebrating 7 months of membership. Also booping this button for the 7th month. Thank you.
Okay. Similarly, a plaintiff is not required to enumerate the specific damages suffered in its complaint for tortious interference. And even if at the pleaded stage the damages seem speculative, prospective, or anticipated, such is not the basis for a court to dismiss the claim under Rule 12b-6. Sig Sauer, I remember. Sig Sauer Incorporate, that's the Pew Pew company, versus D&M Holding Company LLC, 2022 U.S. District, Lexus 2650 515 MD. That contrary to Matskin's assertion.
Middle District of Florida, 2022.
Yeah, that's what she said. Matskin's assertion is simply not a basis for dismissal for plaintiffs to fail to identify what revenue streams they lost. Doc 55 at 11. At this pleading stage, nor do they have to identify the specific customers who were the subject of alleged interference, because identification of a group or category will suffice. See Hilton Resort Supra, Sig Sauer Supra. Damage to the plaintiff's reputation and goodwill are recoverable for tortious interference, i.e. in Sig Sauer, for example. The court recognized that determining damages from loss of confidential information is complex and requires discovery. So too those identifications of specific revenue streams generated from the multiple social media platforms, in addition to more traditional sources of revenue, such as rental income. Plaintiffs have pled inter alia in injury to reputation and goodwill, as well as lost profits, as the court is required to take the allegations in the complaint as true and construe them in the light most favorable to plaintiff. Allegations of lost profits, loss of goodwill, and injury to reputations are indeed plausible damages, and plaintiff have met their burden for pleading them. CFD at 24. This means that Matskin's motions, whether requesting dismissal of plaintiff's complaint under FRCP 12b6 or entry of summary judgment under FRCP 56, must necessarily be denied. You can read
And I believe that Jeremy cares more about loss of goodwill and injury to reputation than he does profits at this point. Because not only is that a reputation, your reputation is everything. If your reputation sucks, whatever, but reputation is also an indicator of future profits. So it's not only the profits he's lost, but your reputation indicates what your future profits are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, and also if they wanted to prove that, all they would have to do is go to the schematics or the analytics of his channel and watch it decrease, and then and sort of like slowly but surely decrease. Even though he's gaining in subs, it's not just that, but it's also the fact that Bruce Matskin contacted Whatnot. Other people involved in this have contacted Olay. Who else have they contacted? I mean, what about these are
the things that we know about. What is Jeremy and George and Randy all keeping under their belt, so to speak, for discovery that we don't know about?
Exactly. I mean, you have to also take into consideration, what about when Jeremy went to become when he did last year, when he did his auctioneers training course and he became an auctioneer? What about stuff like that? What about them contacting companies and that?
It's just, there's two things that are free in life, and I've said it before and I'll say it again and I'll preach this to my dying day: the ability to mind your business and the ability to stay in your lane. And when someone tells you leave me alone or stop doing that, it's not hard to just stop doing it. And that would have saved everybody a whole lot of freaking time. So, and it's not that you said anything was wrong per se, but like it's one of those things of like, when we tell you to get back on track, it's not very often that I tell people to get back on track or stay on topic, because I derail myself a lot. But when you start interfering with the flow of the chat, and people are more paying attention to you and what you're saying than they are to me, when it's my channel, call me selfish all you want, but this is my channel and I want to be the center of attention because it's my channel. And when you start taking attention away from me, I kind of get a little shysty.
Well, it's already been dealt with because none of you got one warning from me. See you tomorrow or the next stream.
Yes, you're welcome back. We have no problem with dissenting opinions, but to just come in and
dictate
what appears to be create drama for the sake of creating drama, I just can't.
And you're also interfering in the community's well-being as well. You're interfering with people's ability to actually enjoy the stream. So see you whenever you come back.
And like I said, there's people in here all the time that don't agree with me, and that's fine. There's Hale's supporters that don't agree with me because I don't agree with everybody. But also, when you make your comment, or when you made your channel on June 17th, I know that that's not really you. I know that that's an alt account. I'm not stupid. I know how YouTube works. People make alt accounts all the time, but the thing is they don't realize that I can go in and I can see when your alt account was made.
Yeah.
And
also,
so if you're going to come in here, please come in here under your real name. And if you aren't coming in here under your real name, I know why, because you're blocked, and there's only 3 people on this channel who are blocked.
Just for the record,
and I'm petty.
Yeah, just for the record, guys, let's just move on with the stream. What needs to be done has been done, so let's just move on. Let's keep it positive. And anyway, so
right. Defendant Matskin's interference was intentional and without justification. A cause of action for tortious interference requires a showing of both an intent to damage the business relationship and a lack of justification to take the action which caused the damage. Market Reps SADVCV versus Standard Chartered Bank International, 11th Circuit, 2013. For intent, it is sufficient that plaintiffs allege that the defendant had the intent to cause the result. See also Mortgage Now v. Guaranteed Home Mortgage Company, 11th Circuit, 2013. Plaintiff proved its case for tortious interference when it provided evidence that the defendant encouraged third parties to take action inconsistent with their duties towards the plaintiff. Interesting. Paragraph 207 alleges that Matskin intentionally and without justification interferes with plaintiff's business relationships. It is only in the context of Matskin's whatnot email that he challenges the allegations of intent, stating, quote, and this is an actual quote where you put the whole quote. The plaintiffs plead no facts to show that Matskin's primary motive was an intent to injure the plaintiff's reputations. Although an action for tortious interference has no requirement that intent be pled as a defendant's primary motive, intent and state of mind are usually inferred from the circumstances surrounding a defendant's actions. See State v. Espinoza, Florida 3rd District Court of Appeals, 2019. Matskin's whatnot email is set forth below. And hey, my pretty.
Yeah,
How are you?
my pretty. Hi, I'm being a good bear. I'm being a good bear.
And thank you, Antonio. I appreciate that. I try my best to be fair. And if everybody in chat always agrees with me, or if Spawn always agrees with me, we're living in a damn echo chamber. And you don't learn anything and you don't grow as a person if you live in a damn echo chamber. However, I prefer people to come in as their real selves. Just because I don't have any alt accounts. I hate people with alt accounts in the sense of like, I don't understand how people have how much time on their hands. People have jobs, like, yeah. And not everybody that has alt accounts are problematic. People have alt accounts that are hilarious, and they do it, and we know it's a satirical account.
Yeah. Hi, Ammo Man. How you doing? Check out.
Go in to troll other people as an alt account. That's the problem.
Yeah. Check out Liz Barnes' comment. That's a bloody good comment, actually, Liz. But we've been saying that. Liz says Jeremy tried to tell them to cease and desist. Yeah. They wanted to sue him so he would settle out of court. They underestimated Jeremy. He wants to be clear. He wants to clear his name. He's wanting to clear his name from day one. The moment they started all this, and all he has been doing, and bless his cotton socks, and that goes for George as well, with her health issues she had as well. You know, all they've been doing is defending themselves. And they've been defending themselves with facts, with evidence, with proof. And, you know, you still got these absolute buffoons still doing it's, you know, and like, in a way, I'll be very honest with you. I don't know if I said this publicly. I really, really do feel sorry for Jeremy and George. You know, that they have to go through this. I mean, no one should be going through this shit.
And Charlie, you bring up a really good point. Been here just trying to get ready. I got to head out, but I agree with you. If to make up fake accounts, then the question is, why are you hiding? Yes. And it's one thing. Everybody has like nobody knows Hose Picker's real name. Spawn goes by Spawn Trooper. I go by Squid. Captain Kern goes by Captain Kern. But it's a consistent account. Yeah, you should always use your own name, not behaving as a coward. Again, so it's one of those things of like, even if I'm getting in someone's chat to troll them, because that's how I got the name Squid, is I changed my name from my other screen name to troll somebody back in the day, and it just stuck.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the voices in my head tell me that, like, look, you only need one account, because to be perfectly honest with you, if people accuse you of having multiple accounts, then they need to either prove it or shut the fuck up. Because what they're trying to do, they're trying to guilt trip you or trying to stop you from interacting or taking part in a discourse about this topic.
But
what?
Yeah, there's a really good comment. I'm just waiting for it to come up on Streamlabs. There you go. Alt account. Heck, I'm happy I can remember this one. Yeah, between like I have Squid Pro Quo has a Facebook, like a professional Facebook account. The last time I logged into it, I can't even tell you. So I just, it's like between Discord, YouTube, Twitter, and Life, I can't keep up with the one account that I have in each platform, let alone like 3 or 4.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that you've got all these voices in your head and every single voice went, right, my turn?
I just can't keep up with. Yeah, Kim, I agree. I have a hard time keeping up with just me. Yeah. You guys have seen the criticism at the beginning of the show. I showed you the criticism for yesterday with me saying and getting a little brain foggy because I just love how I still can't get over that, how my brain surgery and the effects of my disability frustrate somebody else. It's like, excuse me.
Oh, wow. That is a fucking awesome name. Engineer operator for Lord Chippy.
Oh, can anybody who watches Mo tell her that I need her Lord Chippy attendance, and I need to borrow Lord Chippy because we've just come across too many freaking people lately that need Lord Chippy.
No, Patrick, I have multiple voices in my head. 2 of them speak German, 1 speaks French, and the other one, I really don't know what he said. I mean, I can understand it, but he's like, fuck off. Yeah, he's always sounds drunk. So.
Tammy, thank you. You're one of Lord Chippy's attendants, so you can tell her I need to borrow Lord Chippy for a few people that we've talked about on this channel the last couple of days. Oh my God, and we'll get back to this motion, but Exorcism Mom really pissed me off.
Just before you carry on with this document, can you imagine everyone changing their name to Anonymous?
Sweet Jesus. Please don't. Please don't.
Don't do it. Don't do it. But
Time. I have who people are anyway.
Oh, did I break you?
And I still can't remember.
Oh, can you imagine that though? But please don't do that. And guys, please do not contact anyone on our behalf or in regards to this. And also, yeah. Please remember that the opinions of myself as a guest and the host are our own personal opinions.
Hold on, Spawn. We got the warning. I will play the video.
Oh yeah.
The creator does not give medical, legal, or financial advice. You may hear opinions on this channel from the creator and guests that you may not agree with, and that is okay. Everyone is welcome to their own thoughts, views, and opinions, and this is a place for open debate and agreeing to disagree. Thank you. Do not contact anyone discussed in this stream. If you do, you will be blocked from this channel, and then continuously shamed by the creator and the chat for being stupid.
I like that last bit. You will be continuously shamed and mocked.
Stupid. Hence why I will continuously shame a certain lawyer till my dying day. Even when this case is long gone, he will remember me. Because I will continue as long as I have a YouTube channel and as long as I can find cases. He better put in a confidentiality order and a gag order for all of his cases so that none of the documents are made public. Because I will read every document that I can get my hands on that he writes till the end of time.
I don't think he's going to be a lawyer after this. Like I predicted very early on when I first came across that idiot. I doubt very much he is going to have a license to practice law after all this.
Oh, and Jeffrey, I got your email. I say that in jest because I have I can DM her on her X page or her Twitter page. It's just y'all go in there and she streams a couple of times a day. So y'all go in there more than I do because generally when she streams in the morning, I can only lurk, say hi and quick leave, or I'm busy doing mama stuff from 8 to 9. So I get it. I just say that in jest because Mo is the Lord Chippy queen with what she talks about in the morning and the random news stories she comes up with. But we have people that need Lord Chippy. we there's in the last 72 hours, we have plenty of people that I have seen that are Lord Chippy candidates.
Oh, Jesus.
So, like, yeah.
Why do I feel like that? Why do I feel like that? I woke up and for some reason.
And Roy, give your wife hugs for me.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
That would be a good question for the expert.
Yeah. And can I ask you and the audience a big question?
Yeah.
And please, ladies and gentlemen, Ewoks, Wookiees, and members of the jury, I am trying to understand. As a foreigner and a non-Americanese, I need to understand. I've asked this question multiple times, so I'm going to ask it again. I know that your food has multiple different types of chemicals in it, and probably your water as well. But can you please explain to me why there's more and more proof coming across that that somewhere at some point at a bus stop or a taxi service or Uber, you forgot your common sense and brain and decided to carry on the day with, walking around with I don't know. I mean, is it in the food? Is it in the water? Is it,
it's Florida's heat too. That doesn't help, but we'll have to do another stream about the food stuff because there have been some changes.
Did you see that link I sent you about the bread?
I did not.
Oh, you're going to be very, very surprised. There was very quickly off topic, and then we'll come back on.
Antonio, oh my goodness, not American. Seriously, I didn't notice it.
Oh, Antonio, what's that? Hey, what do you say? Eh? You're coming to me, right. You eat the chicken. And you're
back to Bruce's whatnot email. Mr. Cam, and remember, Mr. Cam is a lawyer for whatnot. You should know that you are dragging him and his company into your client's scam of contrived litigation to create YouTube content for your client's storylines. Mr. Cam may be interested to learn that as a part of you and your client's litigation scam, you are now trying to involve whatnot he committed perjury to trick the federal court into exercising jurisdiction by filing a false affidavit stating my clients made and were making online posts calling him a child PDF file constantly and ongoing to this day, and that as counsel, you did nothing to confirm whether there were any such online posts before you signed the motion and opposition that relied on the perjured statement. I would think any company would want to know if one of their prominent customers who regularly promotes his business with them is falsely using them to support fake lawsuits.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Hold the post. Hold the phone. Hold my beer. Mr. Cam was not the first individual he contacted. There was someone else because that individual was on maternity leave, if I can remember correctly. There was someone else received, because if I could, it could be Mr. Cam. He was probably on maternity leave because his wife probably had the child. But I'm sure there was someone else he emailed. I'm sure there was.
And I'm sure there is. I just don't know what it is. And we're only on page 10 of 24, so we got to hurry.
Yeah. Well, let's crack on then.
Matskin's email on which Mr. Cam from Whatnot was copied. It's not like he accidentally hit reply all. He copied him. He CC'd him. That's an intentional. Just by standing by itself allows the court to draw the reasonable inference that Matskin intended to do damage to plaintiff's business, reputation, and relationship with Whatnot. If there was room for different views about the propriety of a defendant's interference with a plaintiff's business relationships, the determination of whether the interference was improper or not is ordinarily left to the jury. See duty free, be Estee Lauder, quoting a different case, 11th Circuit, 1982. As Matzkin did not challenge or take issue with the allegations of lack of justification, there's no need to address it. I mean, a case from 11th Circuit in 2017, issues not briefed on appeal are deemed abandoned and will not be considered. Plaintiffs have alleged sufficient facts to show that Matzkin's conduct and speech have interfered with plaintiffs' business relationships. Matzkin asserts his second point that plaintiffs fail to allege any facts that show any of Matzkin's alleged conduct or speech caused a breach in their relationships with any customer, referencing only paragraphs 205 and 207 of the complaint. However, he then goes on to say that plaintiffs' claims are devoid of any supporting factual allegations that show or would permit an inference to be drawn that Matzkin's conduct and speech caused a breach in their relationships with any identifiable consumer. It would appear that Matzkin skipped over the first 172 paragraphs of factual allegations. Okay, Randy, that is snarky, but this is where this is the good kind of snark. This is the snark where it's a fact. A fact. It's an opinion, but it would appear that he skipped over the first 30 pages of where we lay out all the facts. So it's a little snarky, but it's a professional snark because it matches up with it's appropriate for the situation. But like, it's funny. I mean, that is him getting snarky. Because there's other ways to put that would not be as snarky, but he chose to write it that way. Paragraphs 124 through 139 recite no less than 18 specific instances of Matzkin publicly making false and clearly malicious statements about Hale's business and Mr. Hale's, along with several overt acts in furtherance of defendant's vindictive scheme to drive Mr. Hale's off YouTube and other social media platforms from which he earns a living. And that's the thing. This is not like me, where I do this, yes, to help my family, but this is not my only source of income. Like, Jeremy Hales is a social media star, for lack of a better phrasing.
Mm.
Social media, even with the what are they called? Storage units. He drives that business by social media. He sells the stuff on Whatnot, but uses his YouTube channel to promote his auctions. Like, everything is social media. You take away the social media, he doesn't have a whole lot of other, And that's not something I know for sure, because Jeremy and I do not talk. I preface this, Jeremy and I do not talk. I do not have access to his financial, nor do I want to. It's just, he uses his YouTube and Facebook to promote everything else that he does. So if you take away and you drive him off of YouTube, it's very hard for him to do his other business.
Exactly. I mean, he uses YouTube as to funnel all the information that, like his storage, his coin push, and his whatnot, and everything else. So, it's like the central information office of what the hell. So by attacking that, what Matzkin has done, he's basically interfering in Jeremy's business.
And like I said, all it takes is for someone to go unsubscribe from him. He's an awful person, or he's this, or he's that, or whatever. And that is interfering in someone's business. Because if someone is getting, say, we're going to use small numbers because I can't even fathom the amount of numbers he has. But if someone's making, say, $50 in ad revenue, no, you're not dropping that. Here. $50 in ad revenue from YouTube, and you take away $20 of that by saying 50 people go unsubscribe.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar, huh? But I digress. When you tell people to go unsubscribe, you are literally telling people to not give them any business. And when you tell them to unsubscribe, that's why I don't tell people who to subscribe or not subscribe to, because that is technically interfering with their business.
Yeah.
And that is illegal. It may not sound like it might not sound like much.
Hmm.
Do not touch my mic, please. It might not sound like much, but it's a lot. Yes. This is your last scoop for the day. You don't get any after dinner. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's why Spawn. That's one of the reasons why I prefer to just plug someone's stream and that's it. Say if I do it for you, I do it for other individuals that I do that. But I think trying to interfere with if you want to talk about someone's platform, fine, but when you start interfering in the platform itself, interfering with the business relationships that platform owner has, and you start lying and distorting the truth about that's where we go into a different realm, and that's what Boost has done. He's done that from day one. All he has done is lie through his freaking teeth, and I mean, like I say, about 26% of what he says or what he writes is true.
And it's just one of those things of like, you don't realize, it's one of those issues of, we have a lot of laws in this country. Some I think are stupid. Some I think need to be taken off the books because they're always willing to put more on, but never willing to take some off. However,
see you later, Paul. Be good, man. Leave my sheep alone.
See you later, Paul. Yeah, that's because he has no clients or is always not doing his job. Good point. Very good point. However, this is why I might not get along with people, and I might say I don't particularly like them, and I don't watch them. However, I will never tell anybody in my chat or on my channel who to watch or what to. I'll tell you who to watch, but I will never tell you who not to watch, because that is interfering with someone's business. I will never put that on. I will never put my private thoughts about certain things in a public forum, because one, the internet never goes away. You can hop in the Wayback Machine. Secondly, people are always screenshotting and stuff, Yeah. Secondly, that is interfering with someone else's business. When you go unsubscribe to this person because they suck at life, that is interfering. Do people get sued for things that they probably should get sued for? No, because we are not as sue happy as we actually think we are. However, you don't talk about other people who are making their living on social media. That is not appropriate. You want to talk about what I talk about with people behind closed doors or things like that, completely different than what I say. Just because I can say stuff on YouTube doesn't mean I should either.
I mean, it's just like, I mean, I've had multiple people, like, perfect example, I've had multiple people come up to me and go, do you have any objections if I go to this and this person? I'm like going, why are you asking me that question? I have got one simple rule, right? If you it doesn't matter if you go into Squid Stream or Tugs or Megan's or Experts, I don't care what stream you go in, as long as you don't bring anything from there into my stream or here, for example. If you've gone into someone else's, you don't bring it into here. It's as simple as that. Other than that,
I had a few people who were regulars, and I don't know if they still are because I don't watch them. I don't watch people that I don't enjoy their content. I just don't watch them. I don't bash their content. I don't say what they should or shouldn't talk about. I just don't watch. I also don't announce that I'm rage quitting. Like that, because no, it's not an airport. No one gives a shit. And Calvin, thank you for becoming a member. It's just one of those things of like, I give my opinion about certain things, but I will never say who someone should or shouldn't watch, in the sense of because I like them.
What do you think? What do you think?
Right, I just don't find that I don't find that entertaining. I find that inappropriate.
What do you
Like,
think about that Spawn Trooper? He's a right arsehole. I mean, like, he always
I mean,
swears.
he is kind of a jerk, but not as big of a jerk as people think.
Yeah, I mean,
He got a bad reputation because a few people that don't like him were talking about him in a negative way without showing receipts. However, I could really care less. I always bring receipts.
yeah. I mean, like, we'll get back to this document because reading this document is more fun.
Yes, it's just one of those situations of like this is one of the reasons that this case is so fascinating, because you read things in here and you're like, he is suing for this. Do you realize how many people do this shit on a daily basis? People do this every day but don't get sued because you didn't come across the person who wanted to sue you. So, all right, to be clear, activities taken to safeguard or promote a company's own financial interests are non-actionable as long as it's improper, means they are not employed. 11th Circuit 2015, citing a case from Florida's 5th District Court of Appeals. Emphasis added, a defendant may not interfere with a business relationship by improper means, even in order to safeguard pre-existing economic interest of his own. A purposeful causing of a breach of a business relationship is simply improper and actionable. CMR Roofing Construction LLC v. UCMS LLC, 11th Circuit 2022. False statements are made for the purpose of harming a competitor's economic interest. And we've gone through this before, but I will say it again. Like Spawn and I, even though we are friends, technically by a legal standard, because we both have YouTube channels, we are competitors because we are competing for the same audience.
Are we? I mean, no. I mean, no. Hang on a minute. I'm going to throw my freaking sixpence in there. Sixpence in there.
Well, okay.
I mean,
technically, we're not, because you refuse to monetize your channel until all this drama is over with.
Yeah, but that's my choice. But the thing is, I don't think we're competitors. I think that, like, we are on the same level in regards of when it comes to, like, you've got the opinion of the Americanese, the American input, and I'm not speaking for everybody from Europe and that, but I'm bringing sort of like a perspective from this side of the pond.
Oh yes, you know? and I completely get that, and I'm not saying from like, I'm saying from a purely business perspective and a legal perspective. From a legal perspective, a competitor, technically, even though Megan and Tug get along really well, they are, by legal standards, because they have two separate businesses, competitors. Two businesses that both, like, two clothing stores. The owners might be best of friends, but because they own...
Calvin, that there is not, it's actually a shield, and it says,
this is what she brought me. Carried all the way to the kitchen.
Oh,
this
God.
is for reference. This is 6 bottles of zero sugar body armor. This is what she brought me from the kitchen. I don't think you're gonna like this.
Yeah,
but okay.
Just a very quick one, Calvin Stover. That the emblem that you're seeing is actually something that was created for me many moons ago. And basically, it says Stormtrooper in the center, and the left it's an E11 blaster, and the right is a Stormtrooper helmet. I was not cavalry; I was infantry. Just for the record, so just to make sure that, like, we're on the same page there.
Timothy brings up a good, cooperative competitors. And I know people a couple days ago said that Shizzy explained it and called it something that made a lot of sense. I'm just saying, from a purely who doesn't work with who and who works with who hates each other, who's best friends, does not apply when it comes to the law. In a legal perspective, when it says competitors, everybody on YouTube who has a separate channel and has ever uploaded content for money is a competitor. from a purely legal and business perspective. That has nothing to do with personality, that nothing to do with anything of like who brings what to the table. That is a purely business perspective and legal. So when you see that, I've had people, well, they're not competitors. In a legal perspective, they are competitors. So even Bruce and Lisa and people like, what's his name? The only other person who's blocked from this channel, David Helm. He's technically a competitor of the Fleas because they are both monetized, or at least they were. All right, false statements made for the purpose of harming a competitor's economic interests can also form the basis of a claim for tortious interference. At Duty Free Arms, 11th Circuit 2015, citing Londo v. Turkey Creek, Florida 1992. Florida courts arguably recognize that parties may not engage in intentional and unjustified interference by engaging in fraud or collusion, nor may they use threats, intimidation, or conspiratorial conduct, which is a bunch of people all interfering at the same time. So, C. Ellis Rubin, PA v. Alarcon, Florida 3rd District Court of Appeals, 2004. Morisani v. Major League Baseball, Florida 2nd District Court of Appeals, 1995. Points C, D, E, F, and G of Matskin's motion to dismiss are irrelevant to resolving the legal sufficiency of the complaint. Matskin's point C has no bearing on the legal sufficiency of the complaint or the disposition of the 12b6 motion. This section is merely an excuse for Matskin to revisit his 2/17/2025 tortious email that was technically directed to Shockett, but really addressed Mr. Cam, who was copied on it. Essentially, expends on his word count on a Shockett made me do it defense, such that this section does not merit a response. Point D raises Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act, in which not a basis to dismiss a complaint, nor even applicable here. I think that's what I said. I'm surprised nobody brought it up earlier. However, it didn't seem to apply. The Act provides immunity to internet platforms for their editorial decisions, but does not shield individuals from liability for their own tortious conduct. Langdon v. Google, District of Delaware, 2007. Matskin's reliance on Section 230 is therefore misplaced. If it did apply, however, it would not be an appropriate vehicle for resolving a motion to dismiss, as its nature suggests that an expert testimony concerning editorial discretion and editorial decision-making in moderating content for internet companies would be required. Under Section E, Matskin argues he is entitled to a qualified privilege for his statement to Whatnot. However, qualified privilege applies only to statements made in connection with judicial proceedings or other privileged context. See Frederick v. Reed Smith Shaw and Clay, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, 1994. Plaintiffs allege that Matskin's statements to Whatnot were made outside the scope of any judicial proceedings, which they were, as Matskin was attempting to defend his client's malicious act. Matskin's acts were outside any defense, were motivated by malice, and is part of a broader conspiracy to harm plaintiff's business. I don't think so. There has been nothing in the docket that says it. So if she has, they're not an attorney of record yet. Yeah. Bye, General. So if she has, they're not an attorney of record, nor have they filed any motions to appear on behalf of Lynette and John, or Lynette individually. This is just tearing apart his motion to dismiss, and very quickly at that. This probably could have been the whole document and sufficed.
But I think that Randy wants to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, because, like, don't forget, there was a lot of crap that Matskin did, which he shouldn't have done, He shouldn't have put in there. I mean, like half the stuff that he put in that email, he shouldn't have wrote in it in the first place.
And the fact that it wasn't like, as I can see sometimes boomers, and yeah, I call Matskin a boomer because lawyer tech. Sometimes people hit the reply all button and you're like, you get a response that where someone is like, oh crap, I didn't mean to respond to everybody. But that's not what happened here. He CC'd him, which was an intentional act, and had to write his email address in that CC bar individually. That was not a one button wrong click and oh crap, I replied to everybody. That was not it was intentional. Anybody who's ever used any Google, any mail program knows that was an intentional act.
Because you literally have to click on, because you literally have to put the email or the recipient in the BCC or the CC line. So you literally have to put that email in there. So that was an accidental. No, absolutely not.
There's nothing accidental. Like I can see hitting reply all if it was a reply all situation. I could see Bruce hiding behind well, I made a mistake. I accidentally hit reply all. I was not intending to reply to all. He could hide behind that defense. But the fact that it was CC'd is an intentional act. Yeah. But Barbara brings up a really good point and something to think about. Matskin loses that privilege when he openly appeared online with the fleas and aired his grievances.
I actually mentioned
I don't know exactly what he says on there, but I know that he goes on there all the time. And based on what they were talking about when I heard that they were talking about my daughter, that's the one and only time I really listened. I can only imagine what else they talk about.
I did the first time Matskin ever went on a platform and started talking about this case. I even said, he's just lost every single umbrella that could protect him, because the moment you go onto a public platform and discuss about a case, the fact that he also then gave the crampons documentation from the case before it was even put onto the docket. I mean, like the what do you call it? The doc. I that's why they came after me, is because I questioned the PDF file they put on there with where it said invasion. Yeah, and I did a stream about that, and the fact that he wrote that up and then gave it to them, and then a while back after that, it then appeared on the docket. So fucking well done. You fucked up on that one, didn't you? Sorry.
All right, getting back into this. Matskin's assertion of qualified privilege is inapplicable and inappropriate for a resolution on a motion to dismiss. Finally, in sections F and G, Matskin argues that the statements attributed to him are non-actionable opinions or rhetorical hyperbole. That's where they got that statement from. It was Bruce's lawyer. I knew they had gotten that from somewhere else, and it wasn't AI. I just couldn't remember whose lawyer put it in their motion. It was Bruce's. Protected under the First Amendment, the complaint is not aimed at suppressing defendants' free speech, but rather at addressing unlawful conduct, which is actionable commercial speech. 4, the conspiracy claim against Matskin should not be dismissed, as the complaint alleges: 1, he acted under independent motivation for his own personal concern; 2, his conduct fell outside the scope of his representation; and 3, co-conspirators other than his former clients were involved. Absent any allegations that an attorney was acting under independent motivation, or that an attorney had a personal stake in the illegal activities separate and distinct from that of the corporation, an attorney cannot be found to have conspired with its client. Block v. Matisic, Southern District of Florida, 2023. Paragraph 139 of the complaint states, quote, in actuality, Matskin's process and strategy is nothing more than a scheme to enrich himself at the expense of consumers and Hales. That statement sufficiently alleges that Matskin was motivated by his own personal concerns and was not acting out of concern for his former clients, Preston and Cook, which I believe is a violation of a Florida bar rule, too. I just can't remember which one. Additional supporting facts in the complaint that Matskin was concerned garnering his own personal YouTube fame and glory are: paragraph 126, Matskin's letter of March 11th, 2024, sent to several YouTube LawTube host soliciting coverage of Matskin's own personal story involving his bar disciplinary proceedings in Connecticut, in which he said was analogous to a local scandal involving a judge, 2 attorneys, and a scheme to steal macaroni and cheese restaurant from its market share. That macaroni and cheese has been beat.
I am so off macaroni and cheese. I saw a can of it in a shop, and I just like looked away and walked past it. I just put my hand up and I went, nope.
Yeah, this right here. I don't know any lawyers who have talked about active cases. Like DUI guy. When DUI guy got sued in the thumbnail case, even though the thumbnail case, in my opinion, is stupid and frivolous lawsuits, you didn't hear DUI guy talking about it. He let everybody else talk about it. He kept his mouth shut.
He even went on holiday as well. He even went on the holiday as well.
Like, that is what a lawyer should do. You don't talk about active cases, especially when you're like, you don't talk about your active cases. Like, ugh.
Yep.
All right. Matskin also touted himself as a legal commentator familiar with the Hale saga, who could purportedly offer insight and commentary. Hey, my mac and cheese is really, really good. My mac and cheese is amazing, and I will send you pictures.
No, don't do that. Honey, no.
My mac and cheese is amazing.
No, you're like, because I will look. I already suffer from PTSD. I don't have to get another level of PTSD just to freaking. I just freaking every time I see mac and cheese, fucking Matskin's nose appears.
Can I change your mind? Here, read this, and I'll change your mind.
What? Wait, what one? What? Wait.
Paragraph 128.
You want me to read that?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Okay. Paragraph 128. Matskin's letter of April the 19th, 2024. Sent to YouTube for LawTube host offering his services as a legal commentator who could offer a different perspective related to the Hale's Preston matters. He states, in my opinion, all it would take to completely turn the tables is a competent lawyer willing to represent Preston in a federal court. Emphasis added. Although Matskin asserts in his motion to dismiss that he was retained by Preston on March 27, 2004, that's bollocks. Doc 55 at 34. His letter of April the 19th shows he does not recognize himself as representing her as counsel. See paragraph 128 of the complaint. Indeed, Matskin describes his role. Would you stop moving? Describes his role during that 5-month period between March and September 2004. He insisted Preston is attempting to locate legal counsel, and he began publicly counter the narrative that the defendants promulgated through their social media platforms about how righteous they were and how crazy and evil Preston was. Matskin also countered that the commentary from social media legal commentators about how much legal debt was stacked against Preston. Scroll up. Doc 55 or 35. For those 5 months, Matskin did not serve Preston in the capacity as attorney. Oh my God, don't even fucking get me started. I know where this is going. Attorney, but appeared to be more like a public relations specialist. Now, come on, Randy, you're using good words there for someone like. Anyway, paragraphs 117. Alleges defendant Helm invited Matskin on his YouTube show, and Matskin participated without Preston and Cook. Paragraph 131. The last sentence of Matskin's the 17th of February 2025 email states, I would think any company would want to know if one of their prominent customers who promotes his business with them is falsely using them to support fake lawsuits. Emphasis added.
I just have to say one thing. The reason why Spawn is having so much trouble with the date is my overseas people, you write it 17 February. You write it like we do in the military. where you write 17 February 2025, not February 17th, 2025.
Well,
Like
it is the day, month, year, not the month, day, year.
I'm just saying, like, that's how we write it in the military. We write, and that's why sometimes I see people on the internet arguing over, like, well, that's not in the what the hell stuff, but like in general. And people are like, well, look at the dates. I'm like, you realize that's a European document.
Okay.
That date is written different. Americans a lot of the times don't understand that Europeans write the date differently than we do. So
we do it correctly.
That is why
anyway,
Spawn looks at it and his brain goes blah, 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 blah. Still,
like, don't believe anything she says.
That is why I'm just saying. That is why Spawn looks at it and it's like, why can't he read the date? That is why, because
I'm being held against my will.
He's technically in my basement, but you know.
Help me! No, fucking no! No! Oh no! I just saw freaking Bruce Matskin's notes. Damn you! Damn you!
Oh my God! Shut up! It's food.
I know. Right. Anyway, paragraph. Where was I? Yes. Paragraph 147 and yeah, cough. Go on, cough your lung up. 147 and 153. Matskin appeared with the co-defendants Lee and Tischendorf on their YouTube channels, in which they continued to foment the anti-what the hell's media ecosystem. As far as a third issue is concerned, the conspirators in this case do not only consist of Preston, Cook, and Matskin. There are a number of other defendants whom Matskin never represented, such as the agency issue would not arise. Nevertheless, that one. Matskin ceased acting as attorney in Preston Cook several months ago. The second issue to whether Matskin was or was not acting within the scope of being Preston's attorney when he engaged in particular conduct is a fact-intensive issue that can only be resolved by at evidentiary hearing. As the court stated, scroll up.
Did you see that? Did you see that comment? Sending parachute squad to rescue you.
Oh no! I want proper coming in. I want
not like that. It's 2 pounds of cheese. It's a pound of cheddar, 8 ounces of mozzarella, and 8 ounces of Colby Jack.
All I want to hear is and then the door coming off its hinges. Right. Anyway, where was I? Matskin was an acting with Preston attorney, and he engaged in particular conduct in a fact-intensive issue that can only be resolved in an evidentiary hearing, as the court stated in Block Vases Matrix. Is not our job at the pleading stage to separate truth from fiction. It's our job only to determine from the face of the SAC. Scroll up, please. All the way up. All right, whether the plaintiff has pled a viable claim, emphasis added. At 21, although Matskin apparently believes that the litigation can be resolved by his motions to dismiss, such is not the case. Even the precedent he cites regarding whether an attorney could be liable for civil conspiracy, i.e. Black versus Green Rose, Can, and Piotrowski, 456 and all that stuff, does not support the belief. In Black, the court held it must consider whether there was sufficient evidence in the record upon the jury could find that the attorney acted illegally or beyond his employment in order to secure unconscionable advantages against the plaintiff, emphasis added. Finally, in Block and Majestic, the complaint alleged at all times material hereto, Gersten was acting in his capacity as counsel for his client or clients, and in line with the interest of his clients. ID at 21 FN 6, the court response to that was they may be right about that, and at summary judgment or trial, they may be able to show that they were right all along. But that's not what the SAC says. And at this stage of the case, what the SAC says is all that matters. I bid Matskin cannot rely on the conclusionary statement that everything that Matskin did was within the scope of his representation of Preston, Doc 55 at 35. The Second Amendment complaint adequately alleges a claim for civil conspiracy against Matskin. just a very simple thing. There you go.
Sorry, I got distracted. I gotta do. Hold on.
Texas 80, I am gonna stretch out. Don't put me to sleep. So Spawn Trooper yell at me every 5 to 10 minutes. All right, okay. All right, so where was I? The police civil conspiracy under Florida law. Texas alien, wake up! A plaintiff will allege an agreeing between 2 or more parties to do an unlawful act or to do a lawful act by unlawful means. C, the doing of some overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. And D, damage to plaintiffs as a result of the acts done under the conspiracy. Otto Candice LLC versus Citigroup Incorporated, 147 Federal Court 4th 1150 and all that good shit. There you go. I pleading conspiracy. The plaintiffs must further identify an actionable underlying tort of wrong. I am Sunville Incorporated versus Wait, what?
I missed Jen's comment. I'm a little behind. I just got here, but Squid, you're a beautiful person. People that can't see your heart, not people that can't even deserve to listen to you. You have great insight, and those that cannot. And I missed the second comment. I'm sorry. It didn't come up. Whoever, I just got sent a message. That's where my brain kind of went haywire because I got like 3 messages from I got 2 messages from like 3 different people at the same time. Whatever hater was in here is so pissed that they went and posted anonymously on the hater page.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I haven't looked. I didn't get sent screenshots. I just got hey Squid, you're being mentioned on the hater space page. The hater is so upset they anonymously posted in Facebook. And then someone said, which means they're still listening. Love it. Can't stop, won't stop. Whatever.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, there, Matskin, you're an idiot. That's from me personally. The conspiracy is merely the vehicle, but
sorry, Freckled Ginger, my rage quitter.
Ask him how he grows Concord grapes in France. Squid, watch out. You have the CEO of Grape Jelly Company on.
Wait, what?
That's that. Oh, great. What? I live in France. Bonjour, mon ami. Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Is anyone else confused, or is it just me?
Yeah, she's trying. No, she's trying to derail us.
She's trying to derail. You derailed.
Yeah.
You derailed. Well, congratulations, woman. You did it.
No, you didn't. And just for the record, Freckled. All right. Yeah. No more fucking grapes for you. Anyway, where was I?
Oh my God, Freckled, you got me because I completely got confused.
Right.
All right.
Right. No. Back down. No. Go. Scroll. You scroll.
Hold on.
You see what you've done. You see what you've done. And top of the morning,
you were just asleep, so that's why your pad went to sleep because you fell asleep.
No, you don't. Fucking wiener. I'll give you a wiener.
No more hotel until you get food. Until
top
dinner.
of the morning, Ginger. I know where you live. Right. Anyway, so a bit further up. Scroll up. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. Stop.
You haven't read this part yet.
Stop. No, you've gone too far. Oh, no, you haven't. Stop there. Don't do anything. Don't. Go.
I was going to read it, but you keep going up, down.
I haven't finished the paragraph yet. The conspiracy is merely the vehicle. Right. I am now going to read the rest of this paragraph no matter what the fuck happens.
I got to go get her a snack that's not Nutella.
Right. The conspiracy is merely the vehicle by which the underlying tort was committed, and the allegations of conspiracy permit the plaintiff to hold each conspirator jointly liable for the actions of co-conspirators. Tajira versus Lincoln Lending Services Limited, and all that stuff there. And do you know what? if that absolute clown has posted on Facebook anonymously, really? You come in here, cause shit, get yeeted, then you go onto Facebook as anonymous. You know that you've literally just gave yourself away. I mean, you must have. I tell you one thing: when God was saying that He was handing out brains, you thought that He meant the timetable for trains, and you went to the next nearest train station to find the timetable, didn't you? You absolute buffoon. Look, hey, Freckled, you've got a tag team partner now. You can both start on me.
And here, keep reading. I'll be back in like a hot minute.
Okay, right. Okay. So plaintiff's Second Amendment complaint identifies 3 separate underlying causes of action.
Freudian slip. This is second amended complaint.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. This plaintiff's Second Amended complaint identifies 3 separate underlying causes of action, each of which makes it unlawful to engage in the conduct that deceives and harms consumers and or seeks to derive someone out of business to otherwise harm their business through the use of false and misleading commercial speech or interference with their business relationships. Those 3 underlying claims are tortious interference with advantages business relationships, violation of FUPTA, Florida State Section 5, paragraph fucking section whatever 501 201, the violation of the Lanham Act or 15 USC, that one. All 3 are alleged against Lee, while only tortious interference is alleged against Matskin. The common law conspiracy claims set forth in courts 6 through to 13 are imposed against all defendants. That with Lee, I'm surprised she doesn't have more of. But then again, there's stuff that we may not know that's being done at the moment, like investigating stuff, like like IRS investigations. Where's all the money gone? There's been no transparency, but I'm not going to repeat myself on that because I'm done repeating myself on that. So we'll just wait until the host comes back and then we'll. But anyway, Freckled, you come in here to bully me? I fly solo on my digs. You can dig as much as you can, you freaking with a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Yes. Spam and jelly. Dang, I am hungry. Right. Okay. Do you know there's nothing wrong with spam? You know, if you fried spam, right? So if you and use barbecue on it. Vulgar comparison for 16, 32nd and 64th of an inch made by young ears burn. I've finished 18.
Okay.
You can do
count 7 for civil conspiracy is specifically against Matskin. And the essential facts supporting the necessary allegations for that claim are mostly concentrated in paragraphs 124 through 139, all the ones he skipped. When it comes to alleging a claim for conspiracy, Florida law is clear that each co-conspirator need only know of the scheme and assist in some way to be held responsible for all of the acts of the co-conspirators. In Shira, all those cases, I'm kind of over reading case law right now. Matskin's arguments, however, suggest that he misunderstands the analysis to be performed to test the legal sufficiency of count 7 against him for civil conspiracy. By conflating the same elements of the underlying causes of action with the elements of conspiracy, he uses incorrect legal standards to test whether his conduct is actionable. Didn't the same thing happen with MLS's lawyer?
Yes.
With the response to MLS? Because remember, the only 2 people in this case who have lawyers are the lawyers. Make that one make sense. Oh, somewhat intelligent that the 2 lawyers are the only ones with lawyers.
So hang on a minute. So who's representing the crampons then?
Themselves.
Because the motion that they Right. Well, the motion they put in seemed to be written by a lawyer.
Yeah. Make it. Yep. There's the. Yes, but technically speaking, the only two people in this case who are represented by counsel are counsel.
Yeah. And one wears a cowboy hat. You can't make this shit up, can you?
Nope. Just when you think it can't get any weirder, here we go. That is, instead of properly evaluating the factual allegations pertaining to him under the elements of civil conspiracy, he improperly evaluates them under the unfair trade practices, the Lanham Act, and tortious interference for a second time. The flawed legal analysis results in flawed legal conclusions, which should not be relied on by this court. They're all gone, baby. You ate them all. The complaint sets forth a cause of action for conspiracy against Matskin in accordance with the controlling general plausibility standards of FRCP 8A and the general legal standard for testing a motion to dismiss. As plaintiff's underlying causes of actions do not allege fraud, there is no heightened pleading standard for the general plausibility standards of Rule 8A. To control the agreement element of the conspiracy claim, auto candies at 74. Moreover, under FRCP 9B, the defendant's knowledge can be alleged generally, even if the cause of action involves fraud. Finally, on a motion to dismiss, a court takes the factual allegations in the complaint as true, even if they are subject to dispute, and construes them in the light most favorable to the plaintiffs. That case from the 11th Circuit in 2018. Between the more relaxed pleading standards for this case, combined with over 150 paragraphs of factual allegations in the complaint, approximately 18 of which address Matskin's specific acts, plaintiff complaint easily permits the interference that Matskin and other co-defendants agreed to commit acts, including and engaging in permissible commercial speech intended to harm Mr. Hale's business and a reputation in the business community, as well as deceive consumers. Florida courts have consistently held that conspirator need not take part in planning inception. We've read this before. This is copied and pasted straight out of the other one.
Yeah.
So, Antonio, thank you. Have a great day. I will see you later. It's just like one of those things of like, it's this right here we've all read before.
Yeah. And I don't have to yell at Texas Alien because she's awake now.
As the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals recently reiterated, an agreement to engage in civil conspiracy need not be expressed in words and may be implied and understood to exist from the conduct itself. Auto Candies v. Citigroup. In Auto Candies, the complaint alleged inter alia that a conspiracy by defendants to violate RICO, noting that a bare assertion of conspiracy will not suffice to prove a RICO conspiracy. RICO is really hard to prove. So the people that are just throwing around that all people on the possible Hale side, or even leaning towards Hale's, are going to be sued for RICO. The jury is even having a problem, and I don't know if they've come to a conclusion yet, proving RICO in the Diddy trial. So figure that one out. If they can't prove conspiracy and the jury's having a hard time with that in the Diddy trial, we're really not going to be able to prove it with me and 800 other people.
Well, just before you carry on, there is a bit of a hiccup in regards to this, because if you think about it, if you remember, witness intimidation or contacting witnesses when you're not supposed to, that comes under RICO.
Witness intimidation.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just trying to find it for you. It's I've actually got it here somewhere. Please carry on, and I'll find it. And then once I found it, I'll let you know.
All right. A bare assertion of a conspiracy will not suffice to prove a RICO conspiracy. This court stated that the plaintiffs need not offer direct evidence of a RICO agreement, and the existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from the conduct of the participants. Citing Bell v. Twombly, the plaintiffs in Auto Candies pleaded 6 factors to allege Citigroup agreed to conspire with OSA. Ma'am. 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 You are loud.
That was funny.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I love my life.
You should record that and use it as an wake up alarm or wake. You know.
If you're not awake now, or you weren't awake before, you sure as hell are now.
Okay, just very quickly, in regards of RICO, in regards of RICO, I think this, if I can remember, I don't know if this is state or federal, but they are basically the same. Actually, if I've got it here, number 49, chapter 896, relating to offences relating to financial transactions. But that's not that's not theirs. But the one that they need to listen to is this, number 50, sections 914.22 and 914.23, relating to tampering with or harassing a witness, victim, or informant, and retaliation against a witness, victim, or informant.
I mean, it would help if I unmuted myself, huh?
Yes, it would.
The funny thing is she must be getting annoyed with me talking, because she's only yelling when I'm talking. When I mute myself and stop talking, she stops. Verdict in Diddy is guilty on 2 of 5. Okay, well.
An actual fact. Oh, yeah. Is that?
All right, I'm going to keep reading because we are almost done.
There you go. Sorry, go ahead.
Citigroup and OSA's business relationship, their mutual financial gain from the racketeering activity, their joint fraudulent misrepresentations and omissions, their dependency on each other's fraudulent conduct to prolong the scheme, Citigroup's then CEO's admission that certain employees were criminally involved in the scheme, and Mexican regulators' conclusion that Citigroup employees or agents knowingly engaged in a fraudulent scheme with OSA, reversing the district court's order of dismissal. This court stated that plaintiffs pleaded ample circumstantial evidence to support their allegations that Citigroup plausibly agreed to the conspiracy. And this is the thing, and I understand one of the reasons that Randy is getting frustrated, besides the obvious, is literally that whole page was copied and pasted from somebody else's, like from a motion that he filed in response to somebody else. I assume that he's getting, because I'm kind of getting, when I say I'm getting sick of this case, in the sense of I'm getting sick of reading the same thing over and over again. And that was written in another pleading. So I'm assuming that he's getting sick of writing the same crap over and over again.
Can I just say something very quickly? Erstens, guten Abend, Elke Lauder, und guten Abend, Hasel Monty Engel. Ich wünsche euch beide einen schönen Abend noch und ich hoffe, dass ihr heute ein bisschen Spaß hier dabei habt. There you go. You see, that's what happens when you're stationed in foreign countries. You actually learn the fucking language. Sorry. Go on. Madame's
so if I was stationed in England, I would learn how to speak English finally.
Wait, what? What the?
Although ample circumstantial evidence is not required here, plaintiffs have alleged sufficient facts to demonstrate that Matskin and other defendants knew of a scheme to destroy or take down Mr. Hale's business and ability to earn income on YouTube, while they deceived customers or consumers into donating money in order to assist Preston. Here's where if I was Preston, I'd be pissed. Like, I would be completely pissed. This right here. But the money, instead of being pocketed by another co-defendant in this case, is not reach Preston. The complaint also alleges sufficient facts demonstrating that Maskin assisted in the scheme in some way. I know people don't like Lynette. I know people don't like Lynette. And whatever you think of Lynette, put yourself in Lynette's shoes in the sense of, like, this was your lawyer and he made your life a lot harder. And these people raised money for you and never gave you the money.
And also something else as well, what you need to think about. Right, why, you know, I mean, considering that all the lawsuits, the 2 frivolous lawsuits, the thumbnail one, the invasion one, those 2 court cases are now going to be a pain in there. Like they're going to be a problem for her because now there's countersuits, and now you've got these federal cases. So what Bruce has actually done, he's actually taken a simple court case, a federal case, and he's turned it into all this. So well freaking done, Rosalind Duke. Hi.
Rosalind, you bring up a really good point that I completely went over my head for it. I read it and I was like, oh yeah, duh. How did thanks Rosalind for bringing that up. They can't give her the money, it protects her indigent status. So
they hold on to the money and make interest on it while it's in the bank. That's a good one.
Catch 22. Yeah, either way it just sounds shitty. Either way, I mean, I know people don't like Lynette, and whatever you think of Lynette, that is your thing. Just speaking from a clearly factual perspective, if Bruce was my lawyer and it went from being a simple case to all of a sudden all of this and now another case, I would be pissed. And then conclusion, plaintiffs respectfully request that the court deny Matskin's motion to dismiss, blah, 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 to do so without prejudice to afford plaintiff an opportunity to amend and address any perceived defect. See Thomas v. Town of Davie, 11th Circuit, 1988. Throwback. Oh, and Rosalind, good to see you. 9-pin bowling. Oh my goodness. If this was 2006, I could tell you what that says. But my German has gone from passing German in high school, German 3 actually, to not being able to. I would just sound more angry than people already think I am.
I just got told off by Jeff.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, wishing someone a good evening in German was being, not nice. But
guess what? It's almost 4 hours, but we made it.
Yeah.
You clown.
There are days of making you spell. Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
No,
just go with me on this one. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I will ask the questions.
Yeah, you're something special. But I love this chat though, and I apparently made it into the haters Facebook page.
Oh yeah, I've
no one sent me screenshots, so I don't care about going to look.
I've got one. Hang on a minute. Please hold. Your call's important to me. I received oh God, wait a minute. Let me try this one again. There you go.
Okay, I got a screenshot. Like I said, my Facebook is for my personal people who I know and I talk to outside of YouTube and stuff. So if you've sent me a friend request on my personal Facebook page and it's just kind of sitting there, I apologize. It's not personal. It's just if I decide to start a squid page where I actually make it a squid page, then I know who the friend request. It's not personal. It's just if you don't know me in person or I don't talk to you or text you or I just, but I'm weird like that.
Look, I'm going to say this and you can say whatever you like afterwards, right? Look, I know that a lot of people out there do not have the level of assertiveness or they're not able to cope with criticism that well. And I get it. But for someone to try to disrupt the host and try to cause issues and then gets yeeted out of that stream. And
just remember, I did not tell my moderators to yeet them. My moderators did that on their own accord. And I back my mods because they're watching more of the more of the chat than I am.
Yeah,
But it's just one of those things of like, I will send you I will show the screenshot that I got sent. Oh, and you're not the only person who sent it to me. I would just.
Yeah. Why did it? I mean, look. If you don't like what people say and you don't agree, you don't have to sit and listen. Now, I mean, I speak broken French. I speak fluent German. I speak different words in Japanese, Chinese, Russian, Arabian, or Arabic, or whatever you want to call it. And at the end, oh yeah, there you go. And at the end of the day, okay, here's the thing. I know that I get it that a lot of people have their opinion about this whole case. All right. Regardless of what side of the fence you sit on, or if you sit in the middle of the fence, at the end of the day, if you conduct and behave yourself like a fucking 5-year-old, you're going to be treated like a fucking 5-year-old. Right? If you want to be respected and you want to be listened to, then conduct yourself in a way. If you don't agree, say, hey, I don't agree, and this is why, and then give people the chance to actually, because moderators, they only give you one warning. Well, my lot do.
So we're gonna read this.
Oh, okay.
Remember, chat, this was my moderators who timed them out multiple times, and I just backed them up. But we're gonna read this, and we're gonna try to figure out who this sounds like, because y'all are in that hater group more than me. I just go by screenshots that I'm sent. I don't actually go in there on my own volition.
You see Patrick's comment, and just for the record, I did give a verbal warning.
So, give me a break. Now Squid is complaining, having her little cry. No, I'm just stating it like it is. Her disabilities are an issue now. No, they've always been an issue. It's just most people know and don't disability shame. There's a difference. Oh, and this is not the hater that was watching. I know who this I know who this person is. I can tell who this person is. Hey, AT1, how are you? This is not Bubbles. I know who this is. Check your DMs.
I think I know who it is.
This is DMs.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Channels exist for numbers, don't they? Yes and no. I would rather have a smaller channel that has a great community and has a good chat of people who can respect each other's boundaries, respect each other's thoughts, feelings, and actions. And also then have a 300,000 subscriber channel.
It is. I need to check my DMs. It is.
Yeah, it is.
It is 100%. It's just fucking. My brain just went. Yeah.
This does not sound like the person who was in this chat and got blocked. This sounds like someone who always dislikes my channel, doesn't like me, and actually told people to unsubscribe from my channel.
No, it is, because you know why I know. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it on live. I know. No.
Community, in spite of the fact that I'm a member thereof. This person who posted this, this person is also the same person who posted my DMs. So I know who you are. You talk the same.
Oh, snap.
Because you talk the same. And it's true, because the only other person who I've said quality over quantity is someone who they don't like also, which is you.
Yep.
So, yeah, did that person who has low self-esteem? Yeah, I don't think that person has low self-esteem. They have no self-esteem.
Yeah.
So, because remember when I said, please stop talking about me, and someone laughed in my face? Do you notice the laughing emoji?
Yep.
Yeah, that you don't hide very well, you idiot.
Yeah. Fuck's sake, hey.
Yeah.
I am richly here right now with my hand with my head in my hand. Just it didn't dawn on me until just now.
Yeah.
No, because now I remember the name from a while back.
Yep. So that's someone who doesn't like me, who told people to unsubscribe to my channel.
That is so freaking. I can't believe it.
Because
Just
if that person wouldn't have talked crap about me without showing receipts, I would probably have about 75 more subscribers than I do right now.
But at the end of the day, right? You know, like you know what they say about pond life. There's different levels of pond life. Oh man, that's funny. That is funny. But I tell you one thing though, that motion from Randy, that's going to be if the judge reads that, I think he's going to do a little bit more digging into the every single. I mean, geez, 150. What was it? 164 documents now.
Yeah.
But how many documents has Randy put in?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and do the math.
I mean, I know he's responded to. Yeah.
Another so-called creator. You're the one who got me involved in this shit, you idiot.
I wouldn't even call him that. You're putting idiots around the world down. I mean, you know.
You're stupid. Like, this is so dumb.
164 is only Fed 1 case. So 164.
Yeah, 164 in Fed 1 and 85 in Fed 2.
So we're looking at, right, if we halve that, so it's 82 per side. But I presume.
Remember, there's judges' motions in there too. So.
All right. Okay.
Wait,
right.
We're chatting? Oh no, you can hear me? Oh crap, I told myself not to write this down. Which personality wrote it down though?
Yeah.
All right, I do have to get going. It has been 4 hours. And thanks, my hater, for watching. I know who you are. You are not good at hiding, even when you post anonymously, because you write the same.
Oh, Joseph, how you doing?
The mannerisms. But you're not as smart as you think you are.
That's
and you're really bad excuse. Here, you want to know how stupid Marines are?
No, stop.
No, I'm gonna show you a U.S. Army this article. It has this is how dumb the commandant of the sergeant major of the Marine Corps is not the brightest. We'll just hit this one real quick. Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps learns an old lesson: don't mess with Audie Murphy. Run-of-the-mill Instagram posts about uniform standards by the top enlisted Marine backfired when soldiers and Marines alike realized the uniform in question belonged to World War II's most decorated soldier.
Yeah, because he got what you call it, Medal of Honor, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he got a lot of stuff. Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Carlos Ruiz, was just doing what many senior enlisted Marines do, looking out for uniform standards, and he stepped to a hornet's nest. In a since-deleted Instagram post, Ruiz used an old picture to make a point about uniform standards, blurring out the face of a soldier wearing a metal-strewn World War II-era uniform. The uniform standards have entered the group chat, Ruiz wrote on 2 slides. Exhibit A, this is what it looks like when we don't have a standard. Make sure to check out MCO, whatever, Marine Corps, whatever, don't care. However, the photo was of Audie Murphy, the single most decorated American soldier of World War II, and one of the most decorated American service members of all time. And that was the Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps.
Yeah, because if I can remember correctly, in them days, you didn't have the medal, what you call it, the bar, because we've got like bars where the medals get sewn onto. So like each deployment you do, you get the medal. And then you get the ribbons as well, and the ribbons go underneath your medals. Now, looking at that, I don't think in them days they actually did the ribbons, did they?
They didn't, and they don't. Well, they do. They're over here, but if you have a medal, you don't need the medal and the ribbon to go with it.
Yeah,
you just need the ribbons that don't have like a national defense. Well,
what I meant is that they don't do it what they do today, where they take the medals and they sort of like overlap them slightly on the one bar, so it looks nice and tidy.
Yeah, everything looks nice and
uniformed. But there, I mean, obviously, you know, they didn't have them, so you just pin those medals like the way they've done. I don't see a problem in that. It's just that, like, you know, with evolution in uniformity, they started putting the metal ribbon, the metal bars together, you know.
Yeah, it's just funny the fact that Marines all the way up to the top enlisted man are not smart. I love you guys, but sometimes you do stuff without thinking. And this proves it. And Patrick, thank you for the $2 super chat. Have a great rest of the day. You have a great rest of the day. He did not step in shit. He dove full face and swam in it. Is asking for more just by being stupid.
And also,
yeah, and that's why we call them cran eaters.
And also, if you look at the look at the Medal of Honor that he's wearing, the ribbon is actually longer than it is now.
Yeah, and I'd have to actually like look at a better picture than like it's just one of those like it's just one of those like all the way up Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps stepped in shit.
That's yeah.
Like just
I mean, was he trying to be funny or
you should say stuff? This is an example. Like you should never be comparing uniform standards in 1945 to uniform standards in 2025. That's just like, even if you're trying to make a point about making sure your uniform is in standards, that is not something to compare. Like, don't compare a World War II vet to anybody in this century because they ain't the same. Like, they are not the same. They're not the same breed of people. Like, we think we're all big and bad now. We aren't. Like, we aren't. Like, yeah. But it's like, yeah, just yeah, Marines, man. What can I say about y'all?
Right. Let me just show you the different this like very quickly. Shit. Hang on a minute. Where are we?
Texas says don't fuck with Audie Murphy. He's a good old Texas boy.
Right. That's one variant. The way. Just bear with me a sec.
Oh yes, there's, and every country does it differently too. So I would actually have to look up what the standards are because I'm sure they've changed in the last 20 years. From
right now, what I'm gonna, right this one here, right? This just to give you an idea. Excuse me. Right, this one here. If you look, this is the way my medals are. All right, just bear with me a sec. All right, where am I? 1 second, please hold. Your call's important to me.
AT1, you also bring up a really good point. Should not compare uniform standards between different services either. You will eat a shit sandwich with a side of history and tradition. Yeah.
Right. I just sent you two pictures just to give you the difference between an old variant of how they used to pin the medals up and the new variant.
And poor Marine and Cody and Devil Dog Cody and Steve, if you're watching, like and any of my Facebook friends who are my Marine buddies who I know and love, y'all know that I say this as like I love you, but damn.
and Jeffrey Montgomery, I'm a little bit cautious on that. I will never ever show anything about my military service online. I have no need to. And I definitely won't show my medals, but I just sent Squid some examples of one way of mounting medals and the sort of new way of mounting medals, depending on how many medals you got. So if you have a look at them, Squid.
Yeah, I saw them. I'm just not going to show them on stream because they're on my the phone and computer and stuff like that, and I do have to get going because I haven't eaten lunch and I have to make dinner. The hubs will be home soon. And even though we usually stream at this time, we pushed our aviation stream back to next Wednesday.
There you go. You can, there you go. That there is basically the medals that they are now. So as you can see, they're slightly overlapped. And that is the new that's how they do the medals now. Before,
At
one
least
second,
for you.
this is for oh, wait a minute, 1 second. I just need to get the other picture. All right, 1 second.
Calvin, if you see my uniform from 80 to the uniform today, they're 290% different. Yeah, it's they're like, I can't even compare my uniform back in the day with what I had now, and that was only 20 years ago. Jesus.
Right, and this one here, right, this one here, just by looking at those medals, I can tell you straight away that this person was a reservist, because this medal on the right hand side is the TVAR. Right, that's the reservist one. Obviously, he was in Iraq when Optelec kicked off. Yeah, and he was also in Afghan, and he also got the NATO medal there. So that means he either did the Sunshine Tour, and this one here is the Northern Ireland one, and I think this is the Jubilee medals. I think this is I can't remember. I need to check again. The medals. There's so many bloody medals out there now. But that's the way they used to mount them. And then the other picture is the one that they do now. They sort of overlap the medals slightly, a little bit more, depending on how many medals you've got. But say, for example, if you've only got 2 or 3 medals, they do it this way, right? And if you've got more than say 5, 6, 7, or 8 medals, then they overlap them slightly. So that medal there will be about here, and then this medal here will be about here, and this one here about here. So they sort of overlap them.
And
There you
just
go.
know we are inching closer to the 4K. We are 14 away. So by tonight, probably 20. Angel. Angel. He's not home yet. All right, guys, I gotta go. I gotta get the little taken care of. Do mama duties, because she's been a trooper. She kind of passed out in that chair for a little while and finally got a nap. But just know that hater page, that was not Nunya. Nunya, you are welcome back here, even though I believe I know who you are. That was someone who hates me and who actually interfered with my business here on YouTube when they told people to unsubscribe from me. And I lost like 50 to 75 subscribers. So y'all have a good day. Bye, guys.
Take care, everybody. Thanks for being here. Much love.